Good morning. Welcome to the Platform Theater at Central St. Martin's. My name is Allison Green. So today's conference follows a series of events over the past several weeks about art and design education, all in response to the question posed by our head of college, Professor Jeremy Till, which is, as you know, what's the point of art school? Today's event has been organized in the spirit of this question. We have a diverse set of voices to speak, from the political to the student, academic, public, and popular, and we're pleased to welcome you, an audience that is equally diverse. The series has been all about inviting responses to the debate, and the participatory element on the part of the audience today is really important. You may have noticed there's a What's the Point of Art School booth out in the theater foyer, and we hope that today's discussions prompt you to post your response there. We want you to join in the question and answer series, sessions after the talks, and also to contribute to the live conversations that's going on Twitter. So several pieces of housekeeping. Please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent. And during the question and answer sessions, please wait for a microphone to be handed to you because the event is being recorded. In addition, you may have noticed that the Fine Art Degree show is up in the street. So you're welcome to view the work during the breaks, but please be aware that assessments are going on today. So if you're, take this into consideration if you're taking a look. So to begin, we'd like to thank all of the speakers who've joined us today, and I'll now hand it over to Nigel Carrington, Vice Chancellor of University of the Arts London. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison, and welcome to all of you. It's an enormous pleasure not only for Central St. Martin's, but also for the broader community of University of the Arts London to welcome you all here to this conference, not least because the constituent colleges of University of the Arts London have been incredibly active participants in this debate, really since some of our colleges were formed more than 100 years ago. And every generation, I think, asks questions about the purpose and future of art schools. And probably that question is more actively debated now than it has been for more than 40 years. And it's salutary probably to remember that in the 1960s, when only 4% of school leavers went into higher education, art schools were, generally speaking, small liberal arts and crafts communities with very distinctive personalities, which were really very, very, very different from the small number of much larger universities which at that time comprised the higher education sector. And it's actually exactly 50 years in 1963, when many other things were invented, that the last really major examination of higher education took place. The Robbins Review recommended the major expansion of higher education institutions, which ultimately led to the tenfold increase in the number of students now in higher education. But the massive expansion of opportunities in higher education, however welcome and however socially important, has obviously in itself created its own very particular challenges for art schools. Within 5 years of the Robbins Review, many art schools which had been proudly autonomous for over 50 years found themselves being sucked, at least at first reluctantly, into the newly created polytechnics. And we must remember that those new polytechnics were really designed to combine the art school's broad-based training in liberal arts and crafts with the range of often also small providers of design and technology. And as a result of those changes, many of the great art schools across the country found their very identity and purpose being called into question. And within 5 years, by 1968, the debate around what's the purpose of art school had probably reached its most dramatic ever manifestation in the 6-week student occupation of Hornsey College of Art. And for those of us involved in the stewardship of higher education, that 6-week occupation remains a very salutary reminder of the passions which can be ignited when changes to government policy form the backdrop to a related but really quite different debate around the meaning and importance of an arts institution. But then, just as everything changes, really everything remains the same. Like the student unrest that followed the Brown Review just 3 years ago, the major structural changes in 1960s arts education sparked passionate debates, of which I'm sure we're going to hear more shortly, about the very meaning and purpose of an arts education. Just as they do today, those questions led to debates as to the desirability or otherwise of specialization. They included challenges to the design of the curriculum. And of course, they focused most passionately on students' involvement in the design of what we now describe as the student experience. The question as to how to empower students as co-creators of their own arts education remains just as important now as it did over 40 years ago. And perhaps in a salutary way for all of us, the debate initiated in 1968 had no clear winners. Some art schools like Hornsey were absorbed into the emerging polytechnics. Others, like the proud art and trade schools, which combined to form what's now University of the Arts London, ultimately survived by becoming what's sometimes called a monotechnic. This university became a family of art and design colleges which derived their collective strength from their specialist arts and design focus. But whatever you feel about the way in which those 1960s art schools survived, it would be hard, I think, to argue that they failed to thrive despite shrinking public funding. And it would also be surprising if anyone here would seriously argue against the proposition that the explosion in the number of young people enjoying an arts education at university has massively enriched our society, whatever the effects of that expansion on staff-student ratios and on the resources which we're able to to devote to our students. Now, it's no coincidence, of course, that the explosion in the number of students studying creative subjects at university has been accompanied by the rapid expansion of the UK's creative sector. And although we now live in an age in which creativity is self-evidently valued as a driver of economic success, that very economic success holds, I think, the most insidious dangers for anyone who is trying to answer the question, what's the point of art school? As we all know, in an age of recession and banking collapse, government's allocating its scarce funding by reference to a narrowing range of criteria which focus on what government increasingly describe in the language of instrumentalism as outcomes. And so universities and their leaders, and I find myself doing this, are often forced by political expediency to defend themselves by producing a string of financial data showing how those universities contribute to the economic success of the country. And nothing could have made clearer the particular challenge of this new focus than Marina Miller's, I'm sure, well-intended advice to the arts a few weeks ago, in relation to their defence of funding for arts and culture. Marina Miller acknowledged that British culture and creativity are now more in demand than ever before. She urged us to remember that our arts and culture must be defended against Treasury onslaught on the basis of their economic value. Fair enough, you might say, and very sensible. But in her words, she said, after all, the arts and culture are a commodity that other countries value very highly. But here in the very use of that word commodity is perhaps our most pressing challenge. So tempted as I am to hang on to the demonstrable economic contribution of the arts in explaining the purpose of art school, I nevertheless hope that in addressing the topic of this conference, we remain at very times very wary of the subtle dangers of relying too heavily on the economic value of our graduate skills. Because for me, a creative education must ultimately be more important than economic outcomes. Because the creativity that drives our art schools is the single most important factor that allows us to imagine, to discover, to invent, and ultimately to improve our world. For me, the overriding point of art schools is to enable our students to discover and celebrate their own creativity. Without that creativity, we are all less. Without it, we're less inspired and we're less inventive. Without it, we're less resourceful, and actually, most important, we're less fulfilled. Without it, we're less socially aware, we're less globally aware, and we're ultimately less of a society. Without creativity, in fact, we're ultimately less human. And in that, for me, lies the key to the answer to the question, what's the point of art school? So I look forward to the debate. Thank you. So it now gives me great pleasure to welcome our opening speaker, Kim Howells. Kim was born and raised in Aberdare, South Wales. He entered Hornsey College of Art in 1965. He studied fine art and ultimately he practiced revolution, leading the 6-week occupation of the art school during the summer of 1968. Fresh from his experience as a passionate debater of the importance of art school whilst at Hornsey, Kim turned his attentions to coal mining and rugby before reading English and history at Cambridge College of Arts and Technology. Later, in the early 1980s, Kim worked for the South Wales Miners. He was their spokesman. He was a picket organiser throughout the miners' strike of 1984-85, and he was then elected MP for Pontypridd in 1989. Kim later held ministerial posts for the Labour government in the Departments of Education, Trade and Industry, Culture, Media and Sport, and the Foreign Office. And then somewhat intriguingly, as a footnote in his biography, given his earlier career at Hornsey, and perhaps proving the proposition that art school can take you into the most unexpected directions, Kim chaired the government's Intelligence and Security Committee, overseeing MI5, MI6, and GCHQ. So you can do anything after studying art. And now, as well as presenting the BBC TV series Framing Wales, which explores the history of art in Wales, Kim continues to paint. He's currently toiling away at his eagerly anticipated novel, which is, as he describes it himself, a boy's own adventure. Please join me in welcoming today's speaker, Dr. Kim Howells. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel, and it's great to be here. It's a long time since I've walked across this road. I think they were still bringing coal in, actually. I came here to picket the coal yard in 1972. That's how old I am. Well, I'm a lot older than that, actually. But it's so great to hear a Vice-Chancellor speak in such a trenchant way of why we should defend art colleges. And I'm going to try and back up some of the points that Nigel has just made. And he's very luckily, he's managed to précis quite a bit of what I was going to say. You'll be very pleased to know. I mean, I was very lucky in that I managed to pass the 11 plus and go to grammar school. And from grammar school went to Hornsey College of Art, which at the time, I think there were 40 applicants for every place. People tend to forget now that only 9% of the cohort of 18 and 19-year-olds in the mid-1960s went on to higher education. Nigel intimated it the way it's expanded. It's expanded in a way that I never thought it would, ever. And I think the country's stronger for it. It was, in many ways, a very elite, paradoxically, a very elitist part of our lives, higher education. It seems extraordinary to say it now, but it's true. And as Nigel said, 45 years ago, in Crouch End, I believe it's now pronounced Cruchon, in Crouch End, we tore down the sign at the front that said Hornsey College of Art, and we very pompously but earnestly erected a sign that said the North London Centre of Creativity. And for 6 weeks it was extraordinary. Artists, designers, architects, engineers came there from all over the world. And I remember people like Buckminster Fuller turning up and people speaking for hours where we lost any sense of day or night. It just continued. Of course, being an old revolutionary, I took off in a Morris 1000 with some other students, and we tried to get the rest of Britain out on strike as well, and failed. But it was an occupation that galvanized student politics for a while, and very curious, really, because we looked anything but serious, as you can imagine, and that's got something to do with what I want to say. We were worried, as Nigel just said, we were worried that education authorities were determined to make art colleges more like mainstream centers of higher education. We saw our struggle as a political one, but not confined by the nature of British party politics. We were trying to tell our contemporaries that art colleges, self-evidently, were at the pointed end of the great surge of creativity and imagination that appeared to be dragging Britain and the British economy and society away from the sparse grey decades that had followed the world wars. The product of our art school was a revived willingness to understand that great science is impossible without great design, that without understanding the yearning within most of us for visual beauty, elegance, sensation, wit, and sensitivity, we'll create buildings, cities, tools, furniture, factories, hospitals that impoverish us by draining our humanity and aspirations, our concerns for each other, and our need to challenge and to be challenged. So, as Nigel intimated, you might ask, how does an art student from swinging London in the 1960s end up overseeing MI5, MI6, and GCHQ? Well, it can be explained in no small part to having been the recipient of an art school education in the first place. I know of no other form of higher education that offered the opportunity to learn such a range of skills in such a challenging way. At Hornsey, between 1965 and 1969, I learned to paint, sculpt, print, weld, organize concepts and ideas and express them visually and orally, as well as on the written page. I learned art history, architecture, photography and film, as well as the science of spatial relationships, some of which were taught to us by artists like Bridget Riley. I learned about the centrality of good design in creating and sustaining successful businesses, economies, and societies. I learned that without good design, it is impossible for a developed country to compete in an increasingly globalized economy. To this day, I can't think of an institution of learning that offered such a range of stimulus and expertise. 3 highly eventful and sometimes dangerous decades passed before I was able to think about applying the skills I'd acquired at art school to government. But I want to tell you about 2 exercises that we carried out in the first years after the election of Tony Blair's first government in May 1997. Both were designed to explore how we might understand better the dynamics of the British economy and how other economies and societies regarded us. Prime Minister Blair's first Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, Chris Smith, now with the wonderful title of Baron Smith of Finsbury. Baron Smith of Finsbury. He set up the Creative Industries Task Force. We used to call everything task forces then, but this was the Creative Industries Task Force. And the idea was to try and map out, as it was put, what contribution the creative industries were making to our economy. And it was a huge task involving designers like Paul Smith and entrepreneurs like Richard Branson. And I was lucky enough, I was an education minister at the time, to be a member of that task force. And like all of its other members, I was astounded when we began accumulating facts and calculating the revenue generated by the creative industries. We looked at more or less everything, from high opera and wallpaper design through dance, drama, and television, to fashion, computer-aided design and fine art, from pop music, film studios and post-production, to car design and computer games. Very early, it became obvious that these myriad creative industries were generating huge amounts of money for this country. Taken as a sector, they certainly ranked among our 5 largest earners of foreign currency. I remember, as Nigel pointed out, this was 1997, way before the really massive growth of so much of our online economy, which itself, of course, owes so much to the creative industries. The work of the Creative Industries Task Force was proof, if anyone needed it, that our art schools, our music academies, drama schools, dance schools, institutes of architecture, and film schools were contributing hugely to our economy and society and to our worldwide reputation as a creative nation. Now, our second exercise served to prove that the contribution of these schools and academies was not only food for the soul and profitable for the nation, but that without their contribution, we as a nation would fail to keep up with the competition in the world's most dynamic sectors, namely internet-based communications and economies. We began a series of investigations into what made Silicon Valley such a massive revolutionary success. We tried unpicking the variables of the equation, if I may put it like that, of what constituted Silicon Valley. What was it that was in place in Central California that fed this extraordinary beast? Was it a concentration of scientists, mathematicians, and engineers who understood the implications and potential of digitization better than anyone else in the world? Was it the tax regime that helped nurse tiny companies to blossom into huge dot-com enterprises? Was it the combination of terrific roads, fast food outlets, excellent local airports, superb universities? Was it the plentiful supply of sharp commercial lawyers who understood the value of intellectual property? Well, it was all of these. Plus, crucially, the artists, designers, musicians, composers, writers, photographers, and dramatists who contributed centrally or marginally to virtually all of the products that emerged from Silicon Valley and from its most innovatory offspring around the world. Which were the most important of the variables, alongside a market hungry for faster and more versatile means of communication and entertainment? Well, we never managed to identify which were the most important. I was part of endless arguments about whether lawyers were more important than mathematicians, graphic designers more than authors, program designers more than engineers, bankers more than musicians. Don't think there's any question about bankers now. The fact is, however, its phenomenal success was due to all of these talents, skills, machines, roads, airports, and aspirations being available at the same time when needed, either physically or in the same place or electronically via the ether. Quite frankly, it is madness for any government to argue that we don't need the very best centers of education that teach subjects beyond a narrow mainstream, itself a spurious concept, by the way, of so-called academic subjects. I'm afraid it was a mistake that Labour government ministers made. I worked with lots of them, as well as a mistake that's being made by a Tory and Liberal coalition government. The obsession with paper qualifications, the rigidity of the curriculum in our secondary schools, the idiotic idea that somehow your status is higher if you study law or physics or classical Greek than if you study art or dance or drama. I'm sure the Renaissance produced lots of lawyers, but it's not the lawyers we remember. It's the artists, the architects, the explorers, the composers, and the writers. And it's true of almost any age, from prehistoric paintings on our cave walls to Damien Hirst on desert island discs. I'm afraid that a great many politicians and administrators, newspaper editors, and educational opinion formers find this extremely difficult to understand. It's partly, of course, because they arrived in their exalted positions via a relatively narrow mainstream. Politics and government always are about having to decide how to distribute limited resources, taxpayers' money. If those responsible for those decisions have no notion of what goes on in art schools or why art schools matter, then no one can be surprised when during financial recessions, narrow-minded and destructive decisions are made. You are fighting for much more than the provision of what adequate funding for art schools should be. Without art schools, and all of the other higher education institutions that teach creative disciplines, our excellent mainstream university provision will not be able to draw on a massive creative potential that could give this country the competitive edge in the production of intellectual property and in the design of worlds and societies yet to be conceived. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you. So I'd now like to introduce Dr. Malcolm Quinn, whose talk today will put the question, what is the point of art school, into a historical context. Malcolm's talk is based in part on his 2012 book, Utilitarianism and the Art School in 19th Century Britain. And the book was praised in this month's Art Monthly by critic Dave Beach as drawing our attention to the possibility of Jeremy Bentham as a radical figure useful for today's debate about the potential for art school to contribute to this rethinking. His talk, no doubt, will take us through a whistle-stop tour of the history of the art school from the 19th century to today. Thank you. And sorry, just a word, Malcolm will take questions after his talk, so please, at that point, we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Right. Yes, this book came out last year. Now, Kim was talking about political experiments. Well, the art school in Britain began as a political experiment, which is what that book's about. And I want to move on to this. This is a quote from Michael Craig Martin in conversation with John Baldessari. Quote says, "An art school was something in Britain. If you said to an ordinary person on the street, 'Oh, he goes to art school,' they didn't know what an art school was. But everyone knew there were things called art schools. It was part of the social fabric of Britain," which made me think of post boxes. Part of the social fabric of Britain. So, what's the point of art school? The quote I've just put up from Michael Craig Martin points to an apparent problem in answering this question. Craig Martin suggests that these things called art schools have been both up close and far away in British culture. They have been part of the social fabric of Britain, even though he says the ordinary person on the street wouldn't have been able to tell you what goes on there. But I think we can dispel this mystery. In this paper, I'm going to argue that if we give sufficient focus to the art school as an institution, that will allow us to understand what an art school is and what goes on in it. Then we can dispense with the mythical ordinary person in the street and their apparent problem with defining the art school, which will be a good thing. So I'm taking it that the question, what's the point of art school, is asking me to address the art school as an institution, not simply as a container for people who study art and design and teach it. If I then set out to address the art school as an institution, I must assume that the question of what art schools are for, what goes on there, and what place they have in the social fabric are all linked in some way. Michael Craig Martin's reference to things called art schools points to the historical development of a collection or set of publicly or civically funded art institutions in Britain. In this paper, I will look at the political architecture of this set of institutions as it evolved in the years after the first publicly funded art school in Britain, the School of Design, which was established in Somerset House on the 1st of June 1837, the same year that Queen Victoria came to the throne. So the art school was literally a Victorian invention. 46 years after this date, in a keynote speech on the history of art education given at the Congress of Social Science in Huddersfield in 1888, a man called Sir Rupert A. Kettle, Baron of Finsbury or somewhere, noted that, quote, "There is no considerable town in England now without a school of art." There is no considerable town in England without a school of art. So this is this collection or set of art schools. The reason that all these publicly funded art schools were established has something to do with utilitarianism and Unitarianism, actually, and with the presence of some utilitarian and philosophical radical MPs in Parliament following the Great Reform Act of 1832. A core of these radical MPs, with links to regional centres of manufacturing and with interests in utilitarianism, were to dominate the Select Committee on Arts and Manufactures of 1835 and 6, which proposed and secured the first government grant for art education in England, which incidentally was only the second government grant for education of any kind whatsoever. But why utilitarianism? And why were utilitarians, who are often characterized as narrow-minded and unfeeling Philistines, manning panopticon towers and surveying culture with a cold and mechanical eye, why were these guys agitating for publicly funded art education? The answer brings me back to this question of the art school as an institution, since it was the utilitarians who raised the question of the institutions of art in Britain and their place in the social fabric in the 1830s, with particular reference to what they called the ambiguous, half-public, half-private status of the Royal Academy of Arts. For the utilitarians, educational reform took place primarily through the reform and redesign of institutions and their place in the social fabric. As the scholar Colin Haight has put it, the radical utilitarians of the 1830s thought that, quote, the blame rests neither in our stars nor in ourselves, but in the institutions that serve to regulate our interactions. So institutional reform in this case meant embedding an institution within the social fabric and making it open to public use and transparent to public gaze. Now, the relative lack of interest on the part of utilitarian reformers with the inner life of individuals and their faith in the power of institutions to shape people's decisions and actions meant that their answer to the ambiguity of the public position and national status of the Royal Academy was not to replace the head of the Royal Academy with someone else or to intervene in the structure of its curriculum, but instead to focus on the constitution of the Royal Academy as a national art institution responsible only to the monarch, but which occupied public buildings at public expense. And what they wanted to do was to design a new art institution that would be answerable to the people and their elected representatives in Parliament, and this is it, the School of Design. This policy was summarised by William Ewart MP for Liverpool and chair of the Select Committee on Arts and Manufactures as the education of the eyes of the people by our own government. Imagine Maria Miller proposing that. Now, on the face of it, this seems like standard Victorian paternalism, as if the government was going to assume the role of the master in the art school and usurp the place of the artist in the academy. But Ewart was more concerned with the restrictions on public access and public education that he saw as being inherent to the constitution of the Royal Academy and its links with the monarch, which he thought could be solved by changing the position of the academy within public space, by replacing the constitutional instrument that linked it with the king with a charter that would make it accountable to the people through representative democracy. It's worth recalling that William Ewart, this man here, after helping to establish the art school, went on to pass a bill to establish free public libraries on the rates. Same philosophy. So what Ewart and his allies in the Select Committee were after was a new political design for institutions of art in Britain. In their view, the art institution should be a public institution with a place in national political economy and, yes, the social fabric of Britain. Now, in what follows in this lecture, I'm going to look at two examples of this redesign. One, William Ewart's in more detail, and then on to Henry Cole's Chamber of Horrors of 1852, which proposed a radically public version of the art school curriculum. So both these projects relate to this idea, the education of the eyes of the people. In fact, Cole's version of this was an update or upgrade of Ewart's version. Quite explicitly, it was a retooling of the design, a redesigning. Before I deal with these two case studies or examples, I want to discuss the relationship between then and now, briefly, and come to Maria Miller. Now, last year was the 175th anniversary of public funding of art education in England, and it's a good moment to reassess and rethink. But one problem with doing that is the lack of focus on public or civic art institutions as a set. You know, one studies the curriculum, or you talk about the teachers or the artists, but never talk about what Michael Craig Martin called this set of things called art schools. So I think this makes it quite difficult to read their place in the social fabric. Now, partly that's because after those early reforms, And by 1888, when Sir Rupert Kettle was looking contentedly at all these art schools in the landscape, you know, the socio-political and socio-cultural drive that established them wasn't quite as prominent anymore. And it doesn't become prominent again until public funding becomes an issue again, as it is now. But once public funding becomes an issue again, the debate tends to oscillate between two extremes. On the one hand, the arts have intrinsic value. On the other, the arts have mere economic value. Those are the poles. Funny enough, Maria Miller adopts both of these positions. It's noteworthy that she likes to have her cake and eat it, speaking of the intrinsic value of the arts on the one hand, whilst asking arts organisations to hammer home the value of culture to the economy on the other. This is what Catherine Bennett says. She says, no, they're not, the government aren't Philistines. They want Wagner and Tracy Emin. But they're quite happy to have other people experience a kind of more degraded or less exalted state of culture. So this is what connects now to the 1830s, because it's precisely this distinction between the culturally aware and the culturally inert, and the gulf between ruling social elites and the population of Newcastle, that was at the heart of the utilitarian reform of the art institution in the 1830s. The difference between William Ewart MP in 1835 and Maria Miller MP in 2013 is that for Ewart, everything was political, including art and especially the national economy. Whereas for Maria Miller, everything is economic, including art and even politics. In telling arts organisations to, quote her, hammer home the value of culture to the economy, to her colleagues around the cabinet table, she places her own trade of politics in that same economic basket of goods. What are they holding? What's the government holding? Are they just accountants? Another way to put this is that we now have a minister responsible for national culture and the arts who, in her public pronouncements, offers no national strategy, framework or infrastructure within which art education can assume meaning. Now we have to be careful here. This is not, I emphasize, to deny that these things called art schools did not first assume their meaning within a political economy of art, because they did. As the art historian Norbert Linton commented in 1970, the existence of any sort of publicly financed art education is a very remarkable thing. It proves the survival of a superstition that came in with industrialization, a desire for some sort of insurance policy against the end of civilization. So what's the end of civilization? Well, I think it's accountancy. So the English art school, I'm saying, is a kind of fallen institution, which, unlike the Academy of Art, continues to be defined by industrialization, capitalism, liberal democracy, and economic liberalism. Can't escape that. However, it's also an institution through which a definition of civilization is sought under these conditions. And Kim Howells was just talking about that. And the founders of publicly funded art education had a particular definition of civilization in mind, which they thought would be achieved through institutional reform. In 1908, looking back on this early phase of radicalism in the English radicalism in the 1830s, one newspaper writer described its aims as having been to 1, annul unjust laws, 2, remove class privilege, 3, consult the interests of the whole people, and 4, advance the welfare of the whole people. So the art school is part of that legacy of reform in the 1830s. So with that in mind, I'm going to go back for a moment to William Ewart, here he is, and the Select Committee on Arts and Manufactures. So the push for institutional reform that led to the establishment of the first publicly funded art school in England was first expressed in this speech by Ewart in Parliament on the 14th of July, 1835. He said, "We should have a select committee to inquire into the best means of extending a knowledge of the fine arts and of the principles of design among the people," so art and design, "and especially the manufacturing population of the country," in Newcastle, and also to inquire into the constitution of the Royal Academy and the effects produced by it. So he was driving for a new arrangement, a new disposition, which would depend on a political rearrangement of the Royal Academy. So Ewart's arguments against the Academy here were made in the aftermath of the Great Reform Bill of 1832, which, while it had only increased the electorate from 11 to 18%, quite tiny, had put the people on the agenda. So it ensured that phrases such as the education of the eyes of the people had some political purchase. The battle lines in this case were drawn between aristocratic intransigence and democratic reform, with the Royal Academy being painted, perhaps in some ways unfairly, into the position of supporting the aristocracy. So Parliament, in this case, in that moment of hot radicalism, voted in favour of a select committee called the Select Committee of Arts and Manufactures, which sat between 1835 and 1836. And Ewart, in this committee, joined forces with a man called John Bowring, who was the general editor of Jeremy Bentham's works. And I could talk a lot about Bentham, but in this lecture I won't, because it's not directly relevant. So Bowring and Ewart were the main guys behind this. And they founded this idea of educating the eyes of the people on their critique of the Royal Academy. So on 1st of June 1837, the School of Design opened, and it opened in Somerset House, in rooms which had been vacated by the Royal Academy, because the Royal Academy was moving to the east wing of the National Gallery. Now, the symbolism of location here is quite important. When William Ewart made this speech in 1835, the RA was still installed in Somerset House, where it had moved in 1780 following a petition of the King. Now, in the late 18th century, Somerset House was the most well-appointed public building in London, having received over $500,000 in parliamentary grants. And as it turned out, in the long run, Ewart's call for reform of the Academy's constitution was in vain. There would be no reform of the Royal Academy's constitution precisely because that constitution was built on a relationship with the King without reference to Parliament. So that was a vain hope. But despite that link with the King, the RA had had to claim national status to get room at Somerset House. So that was the ambiguity that the utilitarians thought they were going to drive at. Now, the move of the Royal Academy to the National Gallery wound them up even more, because they're saying, well, hang on, who are these people in our National Gallery? And whilst the presence of the School of Design at Somerset House was important, it's really worth noting that the first meeting to convene a governing body for the School of Design, which took place at the Board of Trade on the 19th of December 1836, included, guess what, 4 members of the Royal Academy: Sir Francis Chantrey, A.W. Colcott, Charles Robert Cockerell, and Charles Locke Eastlake. So the RA had moved into the School of Design. A meeting at the Freemasons' Tavern in favour of open exhibitions on the 29th of May 1837, shortly before the School of Design opened, included appeals for free access to public museums and galleries and more complaints about the RA. Now, at that meeting, William Ewart said that what he and John Bowring had been trying to do was, quote him, to abolish all exclusiveness in affairs of art. Ambitious. And that it was therefore contradictory, he said, that, quote, the Royal Academy occupies part of a building, the National Gallery, erected at your expense, to which the public did not have free access. Now, this war continued for a bit, and Ewart's mate, Joseph Hume, spoke on the 30th of July, again in Parliament. And he's linking again the public art school to reform of the Academy. So there's the bit of political design that was trying to be effective. Didn't work. Hume said, so if the Royal Academy's done all this for us, why did we vote for 1,500 quid for a School of Design? What was the point? And on that point, there are strong objections to the manner in which that School of Design has been affected, because the academicians moved straight in. Let the academicians, if they think proper, give up the apartments that belong to the public and declare themselves a private body, and we won't ask them for anything. But as long as they act as a public body and claim to occupy apartments in a building erected and supported at public expense, So long as they are amenable to this house, he said. It was all in vain. It didn't work. But this is the political project for utilitarian reform of the art school in a nutshell, because the art school cannot be established without a change in the position of the RA. As I said, this was all in vain, and the vote in this case was lost. Strangely enough, many of the people who voted with Hume in this instance were the same people who had voted for Ewart to establish the Select Committee, and over the space of 4 years, the mood had changed, and that hot radicalism was cooled off, and Hume didn't get his wish. So, back to the drawing board of utilitarian reform. And in comes this man, Henry Cole. So, in 1852, Henry Cole was given the role of upgrading and reforming the national system of art education in Britain as head of the Department of Practical Art, a department of government, take this in, engaged in organising and delivering art education. Cole's progress towards what he called directing the art of the country had begun at the Royal Society of Arts in 1846 and through his editorial efforts with Richard Redgrave in the Journal of Design and Manufactures between 1849 and 1852. Cole gave evidence before yet another select committee convened in 1849 to address the failings of the School of Design, but the summit of his influence and his grip on national art education in Britain was through his sterling work with the Great Exhibition that he really directed and organised. So after the Great Exhibition in 1851, again, which was founded on the notion of transparency, public access, public openness, he took over the art school system in Britain. When he took over this Department of Practical Art, which established itself at Marlborough House, he made his genealogy quite explicit. So he's saying here, I'm redesigning William Ewart's design. The Department of Practical Art was formed in February 1852 for the purpose of increasing the efficiency of the schools of design, which had been established in 1837 upon the recommendation of the Select Committee of the House of Commons appointed in 1835. The art school is a continuing political experiment. So the tactical aims of the Department of Practical Art were to promote elementary instruction in drawing and modelling, to provide instruction in the knowledge and practice of ornamental art, and to apply the latter to the improvement of manufactures. So those were the tactics, but Cole put all these tactics within a single strategy that relates back to 1835. He said, "Our first and strongest point of faith is that in order to improve manufactures, the earliest work is to elevate the art education of the whole people, and not merely to teach artisans who are the servants of manufacturers, who are themselves the servants of the public. Our first object, therefore, has been to devise means by which the department may promote all the several interests involved in the improvement of public taste." So this isn't a top-down thing, it's an organisation of interests. The interests of the public as consumer and judge, the interest of the manufacturer as the capitalist and producer, and the interest of the artisan as the actual workman. So Cole was somebody who took what I've called the fallen condition of the art school as the beginning. He said, here we are in the middle of capital, how do we build an art school? That was his starting point. Now, despite the fact that Cole was to be parodied very humorously by Charles Dickens as the mysterious third gentleman who accompanies Mr. Gradgrind in hard times and who berates school children and scares them with the mantra that taste is fact, Cole should be understood, I think, not as a dogmatic utilitarian legislator on taste, but rather as someone whose very function as a legislator, in many ways a non-specialist, took his place within those earlier sets of reforms. Now, if Cole had a master practice, it was public display and exhibition, public access. That was his key to everything, public access. And he thought that public access would bring together art education, manufacturing, and the consumer. The exhibition was the means through which Cole placed sectarian ideas of taste within the framework of utility and social responsibility. So when given the job to direct the art of the country in 1852, you shouldn't think of Cole as the master of an art school machine, but really as part of that machine's design. And that meant he wasn't some sort of uber connoisseur looking down, but rather he was someone who was required to read signs, compare interests, and, think of systems and organizing principles by which these various interests could be brought together. And it was that philosophy that enabled Cole to offer what I think was probably one of the most radical art school projects ever devised in 1852. On 19th of May 1852, Cole opened a set of rooms at Marlborough House to public inspection as the Museum of Ornamental Art. The Museum of Ornamental Art opened with an annual exhibition by students at the Government School of Design. The nucleus of the museum was built from examples of the arts of manufacture, such as metals, pottery, glass, wood and textiles, which were chosen for qualities which display high excellence in workmanship or illustrate the true principles of design, which were purchased from the Great Exhibition. On the 5th of September 1852, Marlborough House opened with an expanded collection, which included objects such as wallpaper, gas burners, and tea trays that had been curated from everyday life. In an article in the Times on 6th of September, which was likely to have been written by Cole himself, which I'm quoting here, he described the work of education in this building in the style of a tourist guide. And he described at the end of this article this feature. He said, "The anteroom is fitted up as a sort of chamber of horrors," so he called it this himself, "in which a collection of all kinds of so-called ornamental manufacture, which are considered to exhibit false principles of decoration, such as vulgar and inharmonious colouring, want of meaning and unity in pattern, graceless imitation of natural forms, etc. The department, in giving its reasons for condemning the individual examples here shown, afford the public an ample opportunity of testing the accuracy of the canons it enforces in instructions to its students." So 2 things to note there. Want of meaning and unity. That's his idea of taste. Taste is something that lacks meaning and unity in an overall scheme. Secondly, the public and the students come together within a single curriculum. So if this was the voice of Henry Cole, his message was very clear. And these are examples of things that were considered to lack meaning and unity. And we've got Crystal Palace there and horses. So these, for Cole, were not they were not part of this public logic that he was trying to construct. So the message was that the department would supply the public with a rationale with which to augment their shopping and also to augment their understanding of the work of art students in the School of Design. So the material for the construction of that rationale would be supplied by things available in shops, such as wallpaper, gas burners, and tea trays. So the function of the Museum of Ornamental Art was to construct public taste in the present tense by teaching to the public on Mondays and Tuesdays the same curriculum offered to the students on other days. In Cole's view, art students and the public were both capable of errors that could be addressed by consulting the architectural judgment embodied in the museum and its wall-mounted text. So again, we have this idea that if only you get the arrangement of the institution right, with the bad stuff at the beginning and then the good stuff, if you arrange it properly, then the public and the students will read everything correctly and the institution will do all the work of pedagogy. Now, you can laugh at that, but that was what the utilitarian ideal of the art school was, the proper arrangement of the institution for the teaching of everybody, not just the education of students. So this again was a practical experiment in the education of the eyes of the people as mooted by William Ewart. Again, I think Cole's project looks paternalistic and high-handed, telling you what to think, what to do, until you realize that in attempting to teach art students and the public the same curriculum at the same time by means of a new institutional design, Cole was building on the twin principles of utilitarian reform. Firstly, again, that the blame doesn't lie in ourselves, but in the institutions that regulate our actions. Secondly, that art institutions assume their meaning within a broad broader programme for removing class privilege, consulting the interests of the population, and advancing their welfare. So I'm coming to a conclusion now. And I'm coming back to the quote we had at the beginning. So I said at the beginning that I put this up. We've got an imaginary puzzled person who's saying, I know art students are everywhere, art schools are everywhere, but I don't understand what goes on in them. So far in this paper, I've offered two examples of utilitarian design. The first, from 1835, relied on a change to the constitution of the RA in the name of public access. The second was a redesign or upgrade of this program in 1852, which was premised on the sharing of a single curriculum between art students and the general public. So in conclusion, returning to this quote, the reforms of the 1830s gave us a collection of these things called art schools in the British landscape. But can my focus on the design of the institution and political architecture and political experiments solve this problem of the ordinary person in the street who sees these things called art schools but doesn't know how to read them? Well, as an example of how to construct this kind of reading, I'm going to take something from our own institutional history at the University of the Arts, which is this. In the late spring of 1969, 4 members of the teaching staff in the sculpture department of St. Martin's School of Art began work on a project for students who would be entering the new 3-year degree program in the autumn. This pedagogic experiment became known as the A course. The image I'm showing here is of the mask project, which was devised as a critical response to the requirement that the A course students receive a final assessment. The tutors thought they didn't want to do this. So this was a critique of the very notion of being assessed. This image, I want to point out, is courtesy of David Millage, who is a former student on the A course from 1969 to 72, and the image was developed with the 10th floor and is deposited with the Mayday rooms. And those accreditations are also on the slide. Now, I'm going to read a short extract from an article that describes this project by Marina Vishmit in Mute magazine on the 28th of July 2010. She said, "The mask project seemed to fly in the face of the whole philosophy and process of the course and caused a lot of disaffection among the tutors and students alike. The final project was then going to be a performative negation of the evaluative act. It would be a ritual performed on the boundary between the art school and the outside world and act as an exorcism of them both. The tutors donned paper bags with holes cut in to enable speech and vision and went at appointed times to students' separate work areas who had the option of not letting them enter. Once in the students' workspace, the hooded tutors, disguising their voices, 'You're terrible. Your work is dreadful,' would take turns lambasting the student and their work for about half an hour, alternating with patronizing professional advice. Have you tried Victoria Miro? So, finally, the weirdness, the bit that the ordinary man in the street can't understand. An exorcism, paper bags, funny voices. Craig Martin's ordinary person in the street looks at this and is puzzled. She or he cannot reconcile the fact that art schools are everywhere, they're part of the social fabric, with this incomprehensible teaching practice. But in this case, the part of the equation that the ordinary person on the street knows about, namely the place of art schools in the social fabric, their embeddedness, is also the cause of the weirdness. The mask project stuck rigorously to the principle that an experiment in art school teaching is a social experiment, and that a social experiment necessarily must be concerned with the place of art school teaching in social space and the fabric of society. So any weirdness in the art school is also the weirdness of liberal democracy and of economic liberalism, as the art school assumes a set of problems in the construction and maintenance of public culture that the Academy of Art was never ever asked to take on. And that finally is the point of the art school in Britain. It comes after the Academy of Art, and as I've shown, the reason it comes after the Academy of Art is that it comes after a key moment for liberal democracy in Britain, the Reform Bill of 1832. These conditions of the art school's existence, 1, after the academy, and 2, after liberal democracy, means that we continue to need the art school and that there will be nothing after the art school until the Great Reform Act of 2032. Thank you.
So Malcolm will take questions, and there are
What time do we have?
Enough time.
Good.
Yeah. So there were people, helpers walking through the audience with microphones. So raise your hand. You've got a question for Malcolm.
No?
Should I ask you a question?
Oh, go on.
Okay. Okay, my question, I've got two. So one is that it seems like the argument for, the argument that you're making to explain utilitarianism could be folded really easily into the economic argument.
But it isn't.
So could you, in a 21st century moment, make a distinction that would be useful?
Well, as I said, the difference between William Ewart and Maria Miller is, as I said, that for William Ewart, everything's political, especially economics. Whereas now, everything's economic, even politics. It is as if the government withdraws from the national scene, which I think we all find quite disturbing. Whereas at that point, the national scene was being mooted as an economic scene. The national scene, the political scene, the economic scene were all the same. So it's this, the phrase that we, it's an old-fashioned phrase, political economy. But at that point, politics and the economy were one and the same. And the Reform Bill, the small extension of the franchise gave a lot of momentum to those sets of ideas, because at that point, I mean, you could do a quite clean Marxist, analysis of this. It's the bourgeois revolution in 1832. It's the coming to power of the middle classes who make war with the aristocracy and say, no, we're taking over now. Whereas now the stakes are rather different. But nonetheless, it's the puzzling withdrawal of Tories from the national that I think characterizes our current state of being. So that I think is a difference. It's the purely economic or the depoliticization of economics that I think characterizes our moment. And I think the legacy of utilitarianism of the kind I've spoken about is in this nudge theory, or the nudge unit. The idea that if you redesign environments, you will get the public to behave differently. The one difference between nudge and, say, Jeremy Bentham is that nudge is, I think, controlled by a hidden moral agenda, i.e., well, we know what the morals are, and we'll nudge people towards it. Whereas Bentham was thinking, no. I mean, Bentham took this whole scheme further. Bentham thought, well, again, if you want to reform, you reform the institution. If you want to reform thought, reform language. It was always this material change. And he thought ethics had to be worked out within language, not covertly transmitted through some nudging. So there are differences. They're quite big. Yeah.
Was there a sense amongst entrepreneurs, industrialists, that there needed to be better design in Britain?
Yeah. I mean, the idea was, of course, and it was those days, it was beat the French, and it was seen that we had a growing industrial manufacturing base to be proud of, but the French had set up schools of design. We hadn't. Designs couldn't be copyrighted adequately in Britain, so there was no point being a designer because everything got ripped off. So there was, a kind of a ground level wish for something that would enhance manufacturing, but this was all wrapped up with this impulse for public education, because you had to bring the consumer on in order to get them to recognize what good design was, and so forth and so on. So that was all part of what the thinking was.
Similar, because it's about the history of design.
Yeah.
And I really enjoyed your paper, and I found it interesting that you're almost using, going back to a service design model. Design
Yeah.
is a service.
Yeah.
In 1832, obviously women didn't have the vote, and actually design wasn't construed as the way that we know it now, just as the art school it wasn't, because it doesn't have the same. It's not until the late 18th century, 19th century and early 20th century that you have the move from craft and templates to what we call design and designers. So what I found valuable about what you were saying, and I absolutely agree with the Cabinet Office nudge thing, the parallel that you're making, is that the origination of the account of how an art school might be designed comes from the notion of service design.
Yeah.
And I think that's an interesting debate, given that our head of college has recently written in Blueprint about GovUK, which is an argument about, the problems with politics intervening at this time. So I found it very interesting, thank you.
I just want to add that it's strange if art schools have to tell the government to get hold of the national context for this, which is, I find quite bizarre.
Am I on? I was really interested in the is this too loud? I'm too close now.
No, it's fine.
I was really interested in the opposition between Miller and Ewell. Is Ewell the MP in the 18th?
Yeah, William Ewart.
Ewart. I found that less easy. I suppose my question, it'll take me a couple of seconds to get it out, but my question is around trying to understand that opposition more clearly. Because for me, working in art schools, I see the quote that you gave from Miller there being actually quite close, because one of the challenges I think that we all have working within art institutions is to understand the political and cultural role of artists. And I don't mean that at all in a programmatic or in a utilitarian kind of way. I mean, what do we give back? And I thought that was very interesting when you were talking about Hornsey and everything else. That whole, from what I'm looking at it from somebody looking back, but one of the great values of that to the generations that came after it was about a group of art students looking at what art schools could give to culture. And I wonder today at how good we are at instilling that attitude amongst art students. What should art students be thinking about contributing back? And in a way, I suppose my question is, if you're a government minister, perhaps some of the frustration, and I don't know anything about Maria Miller, but I think one of the frustrations must be sometimes that in framing those debates, it can't just be the wonderful, personal, creative, challenging and all of the great things that we do in creative education versus the economic. We need to somehow get that sense among students of collective responsibility, because art schools are part of society.
Yeah.
And if we want them to thrive, then we have to see ourselves as part of society. And I suppose I couldn't quite see the difference.
Well, that's what Kim was talking. Maybe Kim wants to respond to that, because that's what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's the key to what we were about anyway in that 1968 event. It was about where we were. It started off actually as a reaction against what we saw as this horrible bourgeois gallery system, where if you wanted to succeed as an artist, you had to kowtow to these appalling people who dictated taste. And actually, I carry that flame to this day. I mean, I still think that all of these charcoal-shirted people who run the Tate and things, and the Turner Prize and the rest of it, they must go to sleep every night worried that somebody is going to accuse them of being the salon that rejected the Impressionists. They are appalling, I think. And what was so invigorating, I think, about the work that Malcolm's been doing, is that it said, well, hang on a minute, this is part of a much wider debate than this. You've got to try to put those narrow concerns into a much wider political, with a small p, if you like, a political context, which doesn't receive the kind of debate it should receive. So I think it's a key question that you're asking, and art students ought to be able to answer it. Not everyone will, but not every politician can say why they're in politics. Most of them bloody can't, to be honest with you.
I wonder if you could comment on what happened at the end of the 19th century when Cole's system was sort of picked apart and reorganized by arts and crafts people. with a very different set of agendas because they thought that it had turned art students into sort of automata.
Exactly. No, that's a good point. Although in the book, I focus on Gladstonian liberalism, which is a very different kind of liberalism than the 1830s. And I don't deal with the arts and crafts, but intriguingly, because I was focusing on utilitarianism, I look at someone called Jevons, who was the marginal utilitarian who wrote against coal. And his premise was, in some ways, really vicious and actually, frankly, racist. Because he said, coal got it all wrong. You can't educate the masses. You can't stick a turnstile on a museum and count the numbers. That's wrong. He said, what you can do is you can educate the professional classes because only they, unlike the Irish, have the capacity for that kind of hard work. And he was using marginal utility to express that, weird physical calculation. So utility itself became anti-democratic by the end of the 19th century. But as you point out, there's also the arts and crafts movement. And the strange thing about the School of Design, as it evolves towards the Royal College of Art, is that by 1896, you've got a member of the RA running the School of Design again. And then before that you've got Edward Poynter, who is very much aligned with that arts and crafts sensibility. And Poynter's saying things like, well, you've got the workman who's honest, and you've got the upper classes who have taste, and between them you have this mass of disgusting bourgeoisie who have no taste and nothing can be done for them. So again, it's the sense of which, what we've been talking about, it's kind of giving up on the idea of the art school as being what Cole thought it could be, which is bang slap in the middle of capital, building value from that place. It was all gone.
Hi. Just economically, I was wondering, as a sort of business model, whether we should have a chamber of horrors so that we could tell people what bad taste was. I think people would really love it. And St Martin's, you could absolutely categorise what was bourgeois taste, the way that Grace and Perry did. Or you could say these places actually already exist, we've already got them. But I'm just wondering if there's a kind of money to be made there.
Oh, well, I think in a sense, what I described was a very particular focus on institutional design that was the driving force behind all these reforms. And I think in many ways that wouldn't work now. But what would work, I suggest, is trying to teach everyone the same curriculum that we teach in the studios. Why not? It's funny that we've got this threat of massive online courses, and we think, oh my God, are we doing enough to put our courses online? Are we doing enough to bring anyone who wants to benefit from an art school education into the curriculum that we offer, and sharing that curriculum and getting people to look at it and judge? If you can, as I did, my first year BA painting, have someone take your work apart, as you say, why can't the public have their living rooms taken apart? At least they can then be put through a kind of rigorous evaluation, and they can compare, as Cole hoped, the student work with their home and see what the relationship is between what the student does and what they consume. Maybe, I don't know. But I think certainly that there's a way in which we can do more to bring our curriculums into the public domain. Yeah.
I'd like to introduce the next session, which is a panel discussion entitled Institutional Elitism, Access in Art and Design Education. And I want to point out that this was proposed by a third-year student on the BA Criticism, Communication, and Curation course, Shelley Asquith, who's sitting on the panel. So I'm going to turn over now to Ose Bonsu, who's a second-year student on the same course. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for being here and welcome to Central St Martin's. Art schools are often perceived as diverse institutions, but they are fast becoming exclusive and less diverse. In the context of rising fees, frozen grants, Fewer students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are applying to art school. The attainment gap for black students, like myself, is growing, and many are seeing academic institutions as a safer alternative to the huge cuts in the arts that threaten every aspect of our industry. Listening to Kim Howell speak, I was struck by how Kim saw higher education as elitist. It is clear that the struggle has always been a political one. As Kim suggested, the fight is more than a fight about adequate provision of funding in the art school. It is rather a constant political experiment. From Kim's reflections on political experiments to art institutions throughout history, reflected in the speech by Malcolm Quinn, the exploration, or rather his exploration, we look at these questions within this talk. What can government and institutions do to tackle existing access barriers within the arts? Do you think that the entry requirements for art schools, such as the portfolio as opposed to traditional exams, make them less elitist? What role does the media play in terms of how we consider art schools as elite? On our panel, we have Neil Griffiths, who is the director of Arts Emergency, which is a new national collective of artists, academics, activists, and arts graduates working to create privilege for young people without the privilege and keeping the doors of university open to all. In 2011, he was voted one of the most 50 influential speakers, fundraisers within the country, and has recently launched the Alternative Boys Network, a pilot mentoring scheme with connections that produces connections for FE students within Hackney. Also on our panel, we have Jess Draper. Jess Draper obtained her BA and her MFA at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa before coming to Britain to begin reading her PhD in fine art at the Ruskin School of Drawing and Fine Art, University of Oxford, Christchurch. She has researched widely on the subject of African art and has formed part of the organising committee for exhibitions such as Powerhouse at the old Ozy Power Station in Oxford and Insight as the modern mode of inquiry at the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. Also on our panel we have Aisha Richards, who founded Shades of Noir after completing a scoping research titled Any Room at the Inn in 2009. She is an alumnus of 2 colleges within the University of the Arts and a lecturer at several higher education institutions. Shades of Noir is looking to improve the degree of attainment between black and ethnic minority students. She is also a creative practitioner and is the elective chair of GEMS, the group for the equality of GEMS. Shelley Asquith, then finally, who organised this quite brilliantly, is the Student Union's president-elect, having run on a platform of expanding the field of accessibility and quality within the arts. She hopes that we build a student union that is more of a visible force within fights against issues that matter to students specifically. These include affordable halls of residence, longer library hours, an arts app, bigger bursaries, an arts app for the university, which hopes to benefit students, bigger bursaries, and to fight cuts, closures, and fees. She has represented UAL at the NUS national and women's conferences and fought against the closures of halls. She is also a trade union rep. So, without further ado, and Samuel, of course, who we didn't know whether he'd be with us. He was slightly late, but we're glad to have him here. Samuel is an alumni who studied graphic design here at Central St Martin's. He has benefited through the 198's education policy, which provides a local resource for the community and links to art schools and colleges, with the delivery of national curriculum. The core aim of that programme is to improve the knowledge and experience of contemporary art and ultimately to help, I guess, the local residents benefit through creative practice and integrating them into the arts more broadly. So without further ado, I will invite Samuel to speak about his experience. Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm a bit flustered, as you can tell. I just came in like less than 5 minutes ago. Basically, I've been invited to speak about my experience being a graphic design student at Central St. Martin's. I would briefly like to talk about the process that I went through. I joined 198 in 2006, I believe, after a friend had recommended me to attend the gallery. She wanted me to do a mural in Brixton, however, that fell through, so she recommended 198 Contemporary Arts and Learning as a place to come and just basically build upon my skills and experience. So I joined there. After joining there, I got involved in a lot of the projects that was going on and exhibitions that were happening during the time. And that led me on to speaking at various places like the National Portrait Gallery, Photographers Gallery, as well as working alongside them and the British Museum, basically. You know, it's enabled me to compile a series of interviews on the Brixton riots as well, which featured in their exhibition in 2011. So after that, I was doing this whilst I was attending college and going to educational institutes. So I attended Ealing, Hammersmith and West London. And then after that, I went on to LCC, London College of Communication. So after that, I wasn't really too sure whether it was something that I wanted to pursue, whether graphic design was something that was for me. So I decided to take a gap year, and during that time of taking a gap year, it gave me an opportunity to reflect on whether graphic design was for me. So during that time, I was one of the co-founders of a social enterprise called Hustlebucks, and we offer print services as well as clothing and design services for the wider community through a shop situated in Brixton. So that gave me an opportunity to meet Bernie Mac. You know, he's one of the people sitting in the audience. And she told me about a short course. Bernie Yates, sorry. So she told me about a short course happening at Central St. Martin's. So I got involved in a short course. And that led me on to going on to do a BA in graphic design. So I had the opportunity of experiencing it both at the old Hold building and then moving on, I believe in 2011 to this building. So that just gave me an opportunity to really gain an insight into what art school was really about. It gave me an opportunity to build upon my experiences as well and pursue graphic design as well as work on the projects that I wanted to work on, as well as build contacts within the industry. You know, we started our Hustlebucks with the idea that we wanted to be a platform for young people to get their voice out there. And that gave me the opportunity to meet with various people as well as, you know, exhibit our work at Country Show, Brixton Splash, and just work with various people in the arts. And then after finishing my degree, I decided to work for a design studio for a short while called Blush. However, things never worked out. So as a result of that, I decided that I was going to start up my own design company. And in October, I decided to do that, and it's been going well ever since. So that's my experience.
Hi everyone, thanks Ose for the kind introduction. So I'm Shelley, I'm going to be the president of the Students' Union here from July, and I'm about to graduate from Central St. Martin's, fingers crossed anyway. The idea for this session I came up with about 6 months ago when there was a call for submissions for What's the Point of Art School. The idea has really come from my own experiences of having spent 3 years here, the barriers I've faced and the ones I've seen others like Samuel face. I want to talk a bit about how this place operates and where I see the wider field of arts education going. Where I see it going, I guess, if we don't resist some of the changes. Now, I want to take you back to 1995 to start with. I'm sure you all know the Pulp song with the girl who studied sculpture at St. Martin's College, who wanted to live like common people and the rest of it. A great representation of the class system in the art school. Mixing with common people at an art school like this would have been a whole lot easier back then, I imagine, before tuition fees were introduced and then trebled, the latter resulting in the number of students from low-income families applying to arts courses dropping by 25%. Now, if the common people girl from BA Sculpture was here today, I could tell you some things about her. We know that she came from Greece. Well, being a non-UK student means she'd be scoring 26% lower than her home student peers. We also know that she had a thirst for knowledge, but based on our current demographic, there'd be a 1 in 4 chance she had dyslexia, and so she may have struggled if she wasn't accessing the available support services. Jarvis told her to cut your hair and get a job. Well, the haircut bit might have been easy, but she'd have a bloody tough time trying to find a job that paid in a climate like this with record youth unemployment. realistically, she'd probably be being exploited in an unpaid internship. Like the girl in the song, I think some of us do romanticise about the down-and-out artist who gets through college by squatting and buying paint instead of food. But look around. How grand is this building? It doesn't translate as a place where the next Arte Povera movement is forming, where the future YBAs are hanging out. It's expensive and clean-looking. It has a chip card entry system. CSM is the most rich of our UAL colleges in terms of the socio-economic background of our students. Speaking in terms of access, I'm an access student, as it were, first in my family to go to uni, and I rinse the university of all the bursaries going. The financial support we offer is quite good, I don't know, if you know that it's there though, and the widening participation programme is fantastic. But actually getting into the university in the first place is another story. I had to drop out in my first week here when I came here. My student loan hadn't arrived in time and I couldn't pay the rent. I came back, but the National Student Loans funding system lets many more people slip through the net. The fact that we're means tested gives poorer students hoops to jump through, and I don't think we can ever say that anything would be a fairer access system than free education with universal grants funded by taxing big businesses and the rich. There are other aspects to student life that can act as a barrier to access. To use UAL as an example again, the cheapest halls of residence available here has risen by 57% in a year. And incredibly expensive housing prices is a particular problem for students in London. The price we're expected to pay for materials is huge too. And if you can't afford the best cameras, fabrics, and other equipment, you're at a disadvantage. But access to education isn't just about students' financial situation. Students may decide not to go to an institution if they don't feel it reflects their interests, isn't accommodating their culture. That might mean a lack of disability support, a discriminatory sign-in policy, or a lack of a place to pray if you're religious. As we know, arts is also the worst affected subject area for higher education cuts across the country. We're facing huge cuts to staffing budgets, course closures, and a strain on studio space as our intake goes up to keep ourselves afloat. This strain on contact time favours students who are already suited to independent study and disadvantages those who need extra help. Of course, these cuts are nonsensical in economic terms. For every £1 invested in the arts, another 4 is generated, and we export 16 billion to the economy. But we also know the cultural value of arts education, that creative skills encourage academic learning and help grow a young person's appreciation of other areas of the curriculum. Other subjects suffer in the absence of the arts. And when we talk about the social value, children who engage in art in school are 3 times more likely to take a degree and are 20% more likely to vote, although not many of them vote in student union elections. Some of these measures are being called for, not just by the government, but by some in this industry. We're having the priorities of some of our university and college management put into perspective, as they'll sooner cut resources than their own salaries. Some vice-chancellors at leading unis are now lobbying for us to start paying back our student loans earlier as a way of increasing HE funding. These are, let's remember, the VCs whose salaries on average exceed £300,000 a year. And they think it's us, students graduating in the midst of mass unemployment, shouldering thousands of pounds of debt, who need to be coughing up more money. Some of this stuff seems impossible to be able to resist, especially when it's happening at once and affecting every aspect of the industry. But if we can build a discourse in how we effectively and collectively defend the arts, we have a chance. But this needs to be a discourse that goes outside of this room, outside of our schools, and even builds links internationally. I'm inspired at the moment by 2 campaigns across the pond, where 2 art schools are currently fighting huge campaigns against attacks on their education. Cooper Union in New York and Capilano in Canada. Capilano is closing 200 courses in total in its arts and textiles departments to counter a deficit. Students and staff have responded by taking fire, hammers and chainsaws to their artwork, destroying it in protest. It's concerning, but sadly not surprising, that it's the creative courses the university has decided to get rid of first. And this is no doubt something we could see becoming a trend. Let's be clear though, cuts to the arts ultimately lie with the government. A cabinet whose disregard for the creative sector is very clear. A cabinet who I regard as a bunch of festering maggots, feeding off the poverty of the working classes. Half of them are millionaires and their fortunes are growing at the expense of our livelihoods, our homes and our education. Not one of them has lived in social housing, been unemployed, and few of them have even gone to a comprehensive school. It's a cliche, but they do know the price of everything and the value of nothing. This was only confirmed by Maria Miller's speech a few weeks ago, when she insisted that their art should be seen as a commodity to be bought and sold. Well, shame. Miller and Gove don't want the public to recognise the social value of the arts, but only to emphasise it as something to make money from. This point of view only leads us towards a more aggressive system, a continuation of an unregulated, marketised, neoliberal system leading to an increase in the price of arts education, ultimately a removal of the cap on tuition fees, an end to the state funding of our galleries and museums, high entrance fees out of reach to the general public, and would generally make the arts merely a pursuit of the privileged, taken off the curriculum in schools because it's not seen as something you can get a job in. I believe the arts are becoming more elitist, and arts education more inaccessible. But that's why we're here today, appealing to you to fight that and to defend our diversity. If we want to see the arts as an accessible route for anyone, no matter what their background, and I'm sure we all do, then we need to work together as students, teachers, and practitioners. We need to be fighting back against dangerous government policy, promoting in the public realm the social value of arts education. And we also need to fight back within our own institutions too, against those who toe this line of marketisation and profit, and making the case for free, funded arts education accessible to all and run as a public service. Thanks for listening.
Hey, so good morning, and thank you for having me, and thank you for the introduction, Asad. As Asad mentioned, I'm a South African doctoral student in my third year at the Ruskin in Oxford, and my research is currently focused on the ideologies of whiteness and how these might be manifest in South African visual culture. So given this, I spend quite a lot of time theorizing about privilege and access. When I mentioned to my supervisor that I was speaking here today, his response was a sarcastic one. Well, that's great, he said. You can just speak about the seamless transition between your white privileged position in South Africa and the University of Oxford. I mean, aren't the two experiences the same? At first, I laughed at the absurdity of his comment, but for the rest of this day, this transition and the comparison between my two experiences was very much on my mind. Although my initial reflex was to deny that his statements had any validity, this denial became harder and harder to justify. One of the three main points that critical whiteness studies makes is that the construction of a privileged whiteness is as much a social process as an imposition of rules onto a society by a governmental body. Its tropes and mechanisms are therefore so deeply embedded that they exceed any one individual's ability to live outside of these structures. This means that even if a person granted the privilege of whiteness refuses them, they are still at an advantage, even if this advantage is solely that they experience fewer obstacles. The reality in a South African context is that I have always been part of the privileged elite by the very fact of my white skin. This is the social contract of years of separatist ideologies. Even if these were not formally institutionalized in my generation, thank goodness, the hangover continues into the transformative future. I do not mean to imply that I have swanned around in institutions like Oxford my whole life. This, in fact, couldn't be further from the truth. But it is only in direct comparison to each other that the differences between these two experiences become clear. That is, when the comparison is limited to the respective local communities, the similarities, not the differences, are emphasized. In South Africa, I had access to experiences and opportunities that others did not, which I suppose in many ways echoes my experience so far as a member of Oxford University, where I learned very quickly that this affiliation does come with a certain built-in leverage. Even though my experience of privilege in South Africa was not a result of formal separatism, the years of unequal power relations and segregational education meant that even though university entrance was, at least supposedly, based on merit and affirmative action policies were in play, many people of tertiary age had not had access to quality school education, meaning that even if such students gained entrance to tertiary institutions, they could not always perform at the same level as their peers because their foundation education had not been as vigorous, or in some cases had been conducted in a completely different language. During the years of apartheid in South Africa, white privilege related strongly to this availability of formal training and education, which those classified as non-white by apartheid race distinctions were denied. Among the very limited tertiary training establishments available to Black South Africans were community art centres, where the emphasis was on producing work that could be categorised as craft according to the then strict separation between the former and high art, Ironically, yet another division used to govern cultural access. So these community art centres therefore became important educational resources for transformation. Peffer explains that the 1950s and the 1960s were a kind of golden era for the South African art scene. Even though political pressure and separatism had begun to increase, the art community remained one of the few places where cross-cultural interactions continued. In this way, even though education in South Africa has historically contributed to oppression, art education has functioned quite differently by contributing to empowerment. Here in the UK, art education has functioned similarly in some ways as an integrated space that is less governed by social binaries. In the post-war climate, those who would not have considered university as an option because of financial constraints often could get grants to study at art schools. And in this way, art schools provided broader access to higher education. That's from Legris 2011. During the same period, American soldiers who had served in the Korean War were given grants to study in Europe at particular government-approved establishments, again, one of which was the Ruskin School, which was the grandfather to what is now the Ruskin School of Drawing and Fine Art. In this way, one could say that art institutions provided access and opportunities for those who were outside of the academic elite. Art itself has also variously, throughout history, been instrumental in social change. Here, the obvious examples are the South African resistance art movement that played a profound part in the anti-apartheid struggle, and the protest posters, perhaps, of the anarchic protest workshop in London that acted as a public voice of civil dissent on everything from the Vietnam War to local industrial working conditions in the late 60s. This was, of course, before the advent of social networking. If art is something that we do, as argued by Dissanayake in 2011, and if this action is to make special, that is, to artify, then it follows that what artifiers choose to make special indicates value, resulting in the production of what she calls great good things. She argues further that these great good things are, in the ethological sense, used to indicate status or importance. So if the purpose of art school is to train people to produce great good things, then surely limiting access to these institutions to the lucky elite results in a narrow display of what society cares about, giving voice to only a few and reinforcing social class binaries. Of course, it is also true that not going to art school does not exclude or prevent someone from artifying, from making art. So then, what's the point in art school? To bring a little pedagogical theory into play, those who do not attend art school are not inducted into the idiosyncrasies of what North Edge might call a wider discursive artistic community. The insider knowledge that allows students to function in these specialist communities goes beyond simple vocabulary to include a general knowledge that is both contextual and theoretical, encompassing prior experience of the debates and conventions of that particular professional community. Tertiary educators have the ability to initiate this intersubjectivity by modeling the required behavior and allowing students to listen to a practicing professional engaging in specialist discourse. They are then invited to mimic the display and thus become initiated into the specialist discourse themselves. This is perhaps particularly evident in the art world, as the ability to negotiate the in-speak and practice dialogue successfully can make an artist more desirable to a community of buyers and sellers attempting to indicate their impeccable taste and knowledge through art. Morley points out that there exists a mythological binary between the university of the past and the university of the present, namely that, quote, pre-20th century university and the pre-20th century university in the global north was associated with elitism, exclusion, and inequalities, end quote, and that the international pressure to broaden participation implies that the university of today should have adjusted these values. But has it? Morley argues that this, again, quote, diversified, expanded, globalized, internationalized, borderless, edgeless, marketized, technologized, and neoliberalized institution, end quote, is a myth. As such, an unrelenting focus on globalization and modernity means that what is an apparent ethos of transformation is in fact a public and administrative performance that is masking and not changing the university of the past, and thus allowing the continuation of practices which Morley calls archaic. Legris 2013 argues that because most art schools are now aligned with wider universities, art educators have had to assimilate into the research funding process and begin defining themselves and their practice in the universal terms of other disciplines, usually beginning with a clear research question and resulting in some kind of identifiable outcome. Rising fees and decreasing national funding means that this ability to package oneself and one's practice attractively for funding bodies is becoming more necessary than ever. Students are incurring major lasting debt, which Legrees predicts will, quote, seriously discourage poorer students, inhibit art schools from taking risks, and strengthen academic conservatism. In this context, he says, an anti-academic attitude still has value. It remains necessary to protect the unpredictability and idiosyncrasy essential to art's creativity against conservative educational models, end quote. In his study of the French class system, Bourdieu points out that the certification of knowledge and culture, such as those offered by institutions like universities, provides an ideal platform for the elite to maintain its privilege. So it follows that broadening the base of this certification might undermine elitism of this kind. Furthermore, one advantage of the university link is that it could provide the analytical tools to identify and critique the invisible tentacles of elitism, thus allowing for the possibility of change. Gilman explains how art can either facilitate the expression of trauma through providing a platform for exploration or facilitate repression. Monuments may serve to honor a particular memory of a culture, but art allows for the exploration of more than one truth, of more than one perspective. Art thus has the ability to be more than just a place for present dilemmas, but extend to pursuing the memories of the past and the possibilities of the future. Perhaps this means that art institutions are uniquely positioned to begin the slow task of realizing Morley's University of the future, effecting deep and meaningful change rather than the performance of change. After all, art and its institutions have proven on more than one occasion and in more than one context that they can be powerful portals of change. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. So yeah, I'm going to say pretty much what everyone said, less eloquently and with a more anti-academic take. So I founded the Arts Emergency Service in 2011, although we've only been operating for 5 months as a charitable service. I'm just going to outline the kind of issues that we saw as activists, comedians, performers, writers, as a group of people that came together kind of 10 years older than current FE students going to uni. So I'm going to read it in quite a monotone fashion. What I'd like you all to do is just take notes and send the best quotes back to me. So I wanted to begin by quoting one of the principals from our first partner college, which is in Clapton, in Hackney, which is B6. I'm sure a lot of you that work in wider participation know those guys. They do a lot of great stuff, and they've got a big team working around access. Ken sent me a lovely letter at the end of last year to talk about what we were doing, and he outlined in really succinct fashion, and I'll expand on it, the kind of problems that we're facing. So really, I'll just begin by putting my glasses on. The pressure of university tuition fees and an escalating premium on top jobs means that our students will be tempted to play safe. It is likely that they will opt for apparently useful or more work-related degrees. As our students are often from families with no history of higher education, there is no countervailing pressure at home. And that was our starting point in developing the Arts Emergency Service and the Alternative Old Boy Network, which is kind of integral to what we're doing now. Deliberately called it Alternative Old Boys to be subtly provocative, and also the students with which we work understand what it means when you say it's who you know, and we just try to flip it into a more positive kind of proactive sense. So with the abolition of the education maintenance allowance, which was a vicious attack on the aspirations of young people in some of the poorest parts of society, and the raising of the bar to £9,000 a year in so many of our universities, I genuinely do not think it's hyperbole to say that nothing less than a national fight for the working class ability to think critically is underway. It's vital that we ensure the arts do not become seen as a luxury for those that are free from the kind of pressures and material, structural and cultural disadvantage that a lot of us have touched on already, and I won't expand on too much. I think we all there's an elephant in the room with disadvantage. It's been going on a long time. It didn't start with the coalition in 2010. So in addition now, however, to the huge debt that undergraduates are taking on, there's the existing issues of negativity from peers So coming from a very working class area, I studied English, and it took me a long time to be comfortable with that you know, rather non-practical, non-real world subject. There are employability issues now, especially when you look at statistics for unemployment in people under 24, and frankly, people of my age at 31, it's not easy either now, and we've all got that. There are existing prejudice and stereotypes to overcome. There's a vague but stymieing idea of what's useful in the quote-unquote real world. There's a pre-extant attainment gap between people of different class, ethnicity and gender that's a result of centuries of inequality, and it's a really toxic mix of pressure and considerations to heap upon young people along with the debt at a really critical point in their life. So there's a difficult choice to be made. So expanding on what Ken says, there's a lot of aspects here. It's not that we're having all the answers as an organisation. It's not that any one institution can address it. It's a societal issue. And in terms of education, there's a dominant value system which really appears as if it's completely geared towards short-term profit, geared towards the needs of industry. That means that the teaching grant for arts and humanities is obviously abolished now for 100%, and that cost has been passed on to students. Arts and design are sidelined in secondary education, and in a market dynamic of supply and demand, these subjects become very vulnerable, because frankly, a lot of people from different backgrounds are going to opt against studying such subjects. I mean, I studied English, but I initially started doing a law degree, and I dropped out after about 3 months because it wasn't right. And if that was 8 years hence, and I did it now, I'd have left university for good, and I had to work in a warehouse for 2 years before I went. I can't imagine what it's like for an 18-year-old now. So simply put, the subjects that we consider the arts, which would be not just arts institutions, but liberal arts in the sense of any pursuit that is sort of liberated from its social context, history, philosophy, literature, anything really like that. I've lost my place. Okay. Yeah, so these subjects we consider the arts, they're appropriate for some people and not for others. And it's something you heard all throughout New Labour, that the 50% target for university attendance was excessive. It was inappropriate because university just isn't for everybody. Would the kids from the estates even enjoy it? Shouldn't they just be doing apprenticeships? You know, that's good old-fashioned prejudice and snobbery, and, you know, that's something that people in power still suffer from today. So, I mean, we live in a country where politics, media, and many key professions are largely dominated by public school alumni. I recently heard the current coalition frontbench described as a chumocracy, that's Eric Pickles saying that as well. So, I mean, there's a real issue there, isn't there? I went to a recent academic think tank, and there were 2 women in the room, both of which, one was a dame and one was a bishop, I believe. And the dame at the end of that talk, and I'm going off on a tangent, the dame at the end of that talk had to stand up and make the point that no woman had spoken. So a dame was in a room with VCs and all sorts of people and felt discriminated against. So there's a problem here that, you know, it's quite profound. But yeah, chumocracy, back to what we're doing. So, I mean, we live in a society with vast and myriad inequalities of wealth. Opportunity and knowledge are limited for a lot of people, and access to education all across the intersectional spectrum of what I would say is like non-establishment people is huge. And when that happens, the kind of public discourse you have, the kind of popular culture output, popular culture being really where everyone learns about other people, which is a really important thing, that becomes narrowed, and that's really dangerous. This is why we decided to address the issue in access to arts, because we felt that voice is really important. I'm sure everyone would agree. So we're kind of in a dynamic now where vast swathes of the population are being sort of incentivised to disengage from studying the human condition in one form or another. We think it's a basic right to do so. Any education should, and I wouldn't go so far as to say should be rooted in that and that alone, but it should certainly take account of this need to study the human condition in more than a superficial way. It would be really difficult to argue that the education system shouldn't produce people that are useful to society. So what you're really talking about is what sort of society do you want? Is there an alien coming? Wow, that was beautiful. So we're really talking about what kind of society we want. And if we don't value the arts, you know, it's a very dystopian situation we're heading into, I think. That's a key question. You know, I think in terms of institution by institution, it's fine. Widening participation, social mobility, the brilliant terms for inequality, you know, really. So we're just trying to be the anti-academic kind of bleeding heart, people doing something about it in a practical sense. So, I mean, the basic issue is that we have a government, and we've covered the festering maggot stuff, which I edited this talk 3 times, and I was very neutral. So I'm glad that was said, because I'm not in a position to say it now. We're official charity and stuff. But we have a government where nearly 50% of those cabinet ministers have BA degrees, which they didn't pay for. And effectively, they're screwing it up for everybody else, because they've tripled the cost from when I even went. And my debt still stands at 16 grand. And, you know, that's no small fry. The interest is not inconsiderable. The more I earn, the more it takes. And having quit my job to run Arts Emergency, being unpaid, I'm just watching it top up now every time I get a statement. It's not great. It's a yoke around your neck, you know, in every sense. And the government are kind of emphasising the fact that for some people, culture is a luxury that they can afford. And we want to counter that by saying it's something everyone should do. And it's something you don't even need an institution to do, to engage in culture and critical thought. These institutions that we're in today, they exist to shore that up, to take it further, to value it. But it's not necessarily the only way. It's not apathy that leads to disengagement with education. The students we meet throughout Hackney Borough have millions of things they want to do. They're all bright, optimistic, positive, keen and smart. But all of them, from various backgrounds, have a lack of opportunity to explore their options properly. They have a heavy hand being laid on their enthusiasm, and that could be through dismal politics, that could be through all the issues that we've covered today. But there's a lot of pressures going on. And a lot of them are stopping before they even really pursue what they want to do. They're opting to, so you might have one student that wants to be a sociologist. If you haven't got familial support and you've got to justify that decision and that debt to your family, it doesn't matter what the institution's doing. Fundamentally, the first point of call is to be confident in going into an unknown world. And a lot of them aren't. I wouldn't have done either. You know, I can say just from a personal conjecture point of view, I would not have engaged in the arts at all. A lot of people wouldn't. So it's quite a big issue, and it's not just down to the institutions to address it. Really, although obviously it starts here, and everyone can talk in much more detail about contextual data and all the different ways of widening access, but I think there's a social problem at heart here. So I just want to quote some of our patrons and tell you a bit about what we're doing, so I'll be more articulate in that sense. So to quote the comedian Stuart Lee, the very people being deterred by these costs are the sort of independent minds we used to value as a society. The same people now demonstrably priced out of further education. It's another example of the erosion of access, the reversal of social mobility, the entrenchment of privilege, and the gradual silencing of diverse voices. The arts in education produces great citizens. They come out and they might specialise in something that seems obscure and not even obliquely related to everyday life, but arts graduates are able to use these skills in various social situations, various work environments. It creates citizenship. They're really valuable citizens to have for a certain kind of society, especially a democracy where expression and critical thought should be the most highly valued skills in anybody from any walk of life. You might ask whether or not we live in a society that requires many people like that or wants many people like that. And if you consider that question and decide that it doesn't, then you might want to ask where we're going, broadly speaking. So it feels as though at the moment we're looking at 2 different issues from the outside in this kind of anti-academic approach to the issue. We've got the different value systems in education and society at large, which would be, I would describe as utilitarianism versus a more humane liberal education. One approach obviously treats the human being as an end, the other treats it as a means, and it just seems that treating students as a means to an end now is much more prevalent. And you see this in the way we justify higher education generally in terms of economics. You see that humanity itself is really judged on its use value, as you can see what happened in Bangladesh a few weeks ago. it's not just about the institutions where we educate citizens, it's a value system that runs throughout society that I think it resonates, this issue resonates for me as an activist, political activist, through everything I've ever worked on over the last 10 years. So these are like really big things to talk about when really what we're doing, and I'll explain this in my last little bit, is connecting students that have an interest with ways of pursuing and finding out more about those interests. And I use interest deliberately because it's not just that they particularly want to do an arts degree. Some of them want to become musicians or practicing writers straight away, or artists that don't feel they need the training. And we're not there to marketise their dreams, frankly. But we're starting at that level because that's where we think the change can happen. It's the individual subjective level, and we don't want to do the work for young people. We don't want to put them in a position where they're simply given an opportunity without working for it. We want to, it's really subjective. We want to make them feel just as entitled as anybody else to do what they want to do, because if they feel just as entitled, they're much more likely to succeed. And if they have inside information, they're much more likely to succeed. So specifically what Arts Emergency wants to do, I'll quote another patron, all of which are much more articulate than me. I founded it with Josie Long, who's a comedian. This is usually her job, so I apologise that there's not so many laughs. But yeah, what we want to do is, so I'll quote Jake Chapman. So we've got Jake and Dina signed up. We're going to do work experience with them. This is all very quiet. We're not pressing this at all. We're simply replicating the Old Boy Network for people that aren't old boys. So he describes what we're doing in the most concise fashion, and that's creating privilege for people without privilege that people with privilege cannot have. Which I like because it's provocative, but it really explains what we're about. So as such, we've literally sought to replicate the benefits of a network of entrenched privilege. So the Alternative Old Boys Network already has over 200 contacts working in TV, film, music, art, academia, law, campaigning, activism, comedy, journalism, publishing, fashion, design. We've got scientists in there. We've got, pretty much every job. Or if anyone's a games designer, we need some games designers because we've got students interested in that. But pretty much it's a vast spectrum of people from all sorts of backgrounds and all sorts of professions. Not all academic, but primarily a lot of the students are going to university, so we're looking to give them that kind of critical presence as they make the transition. At the heart of that network is a pilot mentoring programme, which we're running in Hackney through 8 colleges. We currently have 42 students and mentors. Which is quite large, considering we've spent 350 quid putting this together over the last 2 years. But it's really working well. So we're working with further education students, 16 to 19, in non-selective institutions that just need a bit of a confidence, a bit of connections, and to feel that they belong in these worlds that a lot of us take for granted. So, it's really easy to underestimate the intangible elements of this. So any widening participation programme and attempt to address inequality in an institution always operates within its own context. And what we're trying to do is put the emphasis on the young people to just give them the opportunities and let them deal with everything you kind of present them with as institutions. Just to summarise, it's help we get when we need that bit of support and direction to be able to do the things we want to do. And that's what we at Arts Emergency have created. It's a very open collective of people who want to share some privilege and give that confidence to the next generation. So we're quite small. We're quite big for considering it's just me that runs it. But we're hoping eventually to empower as many young people as possible and go nationwide. So we do have volunteers in Manchester and Newcastle and Edinburgh and Wales and Birmingham and Sweden and America and France as well, which is quite exciting. But there's no way I can do anything with them at the moment, but it's nice to have that kind of interest. I think we've touched on a really good idea. There's a good kernel at the heart of this idea, and it's working really well. And we're countering issues in academia, we're countering structural disadvantage, we're looking at social issues. We're also kind of against that X Factor style aspiration where everything's so awful that young people want to take an abstract parachute jump out of their own existence and that's horrendous. So although we've got celebrity people involved, it's really important that what we have happen is that they learn, you want to be an artist, well, okay, this is how you get a part-time job and this is how you work. On top of that, you want to write a book, well, this is how you hold down an office job and get up 3 hours later. It's not about going, here's Jake Chapman or Josie or anyone like that. We've had one student go, Kate Nash, who's like a pop star. So, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. But yeah, it's working really well. I really hope you all sign up, and there'll be flyers I'll be giving out. And I'm sorry I've waffled and been rangy, but it's a really obvious idea. It's hard to squeeze a lot of words out of it at the end of the day. Oh, and I brought a brick, which you can look at later, just to contemplate. Thank you.
Hi everybody. It's quite a lot to take in, I guess, today. There's not much left to say, I think. I didn't know what everybody was going to say, so they've covered quite a lot of what I was going to say today. However, I guess the first point is unpacking what elitism is, or means, or could mean. As Ose kindly introduced me, I am an academic. I've been teaching at St Martin's here, and other institutions for over 10 years. I am alumni to this institution, so I guess I'm a product of this environment. I currently teach at MA level, as well as teaching teachers on the CILTAD course for, what's it called? I can't remember. APP, an acronym that means something. This is a picture of my daughter. And this is what inspires me to continue to work in equality and push forward the ideals of inclusive practice. Now, I know some of the people here today have talked about inequality, diversity, inclusion, but for me, this is the heart of it all. My daughter, who is second generation Black British, comes from a family that love, care, and pretty much do everything they can to support her development. The question is, will she ever have the opportunity to be Vice-Chancellor at an institution like this? Is that ever going to be a possibility? I was going to talk about, the kind of makeup of all of our institutions or organisations that we work at, and I was going to post some pictures of the leads, the Vice-Chancellors, the Pro-Vice-Chancellors. But then I thought, we all know what that looks like. It's stuff we already know. I was going to talk about the lack of professionals in the industry, representing diverse communities. But again, it's stuff we already know. I was going to talk about the growing economies and the fact that the top 10 are not in Europe. But again, it's information that we know already. So I thought I'd talk about me. Those of you that know me, I don't know if you really know me. I am the first generation of Black British in my family. My grandparents came over here after serving in the war and came through Windrush in the 1950s. They came here as mechanics, nurses, and carpenters. My parents sought the opportunity, went to grammar school, and my father is an engineer, and my mother is actually one of the first Black female investment bankers. Do not hold that against her, please. Yesterday, I spoke to her about what I was doing today, and she said to me, "Oh, you have to tell this story." Again, don't hold this against me. I was 5 years old, and my mum said to me, "So what do you want to be when you grow up?" And I said, "Margaret Thatcher." Bear with me, bear with me. She obviously was quite devastated. And she asked me why. And I said, she is a powerful woman. She controls the country. She can do whatever she wants. And I want to be just like her. My mum put her hand on my shoulder and said, "That may be very difficult." And I said, "Why? Why? I don't understand." And she said, "Well, times are changing. There is a possibility, but life is difficult because, to a certain extent, we're new in this country." And then she had the conversation with me. The conversation which meant that I became aware of my colour. I became aware of also my privilege, My privilege in that I'm supported constantly by my family and friends, that I have a diverse relationship with a variety of people from all over the world. And I do believe I can do anything. I can, you know. This is what I say to my students. You can do anything. And the only thing you have to keep in your mind is if you do nothing, nothing ever changes. So, I'm going to keep this short. What is the prospect for this child here? She goes to galleries. As you can see, this is outside this building here. When she was running through those sprinklers, she had an audience of academics, and she felt free. She looked free. But my fear is that if something doesn't change, that won't continue. Thank you.
So at this point, we're going to detach our minds from our well-written speeches and actually throw the questions out to the audience, because you always know better. So, yeah, should I hand this mic to anyone who needs it? I mean, show of hands. We're going to take 3 in a row, so if we can get the first 3 questions and then, okay.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if it's a rather simple question, but I'd just be interested in one thing that you would like to see happen at this place, at CSM or UAL, to make it more representative.
I guess I'm going to have to answer that because I'm the one with the mic. I understand, from what I've gathered, they're cutting the funding to widen participation, which is a disappointment to hear, because it's enabled a lot of people from various backgrounds that never had the opportunity of going to establishments like CSM not to have that privilege anymore. So for me, it would be extending that and trying to basically bring more people from various backgrounds and giving them that opportunity to come to CSM or places like CSM.
Mine's kind of obvious. Don't charge fees.
I'm afraid I have to second both of them. I'm not sure that maybe you have got something.
Where do I start? I mean, I think my perspective, both as an academic and alumni to this college too, I think the most prevalent thing that I would like to see change is diversity in the staffing. And when I say diversity in the staffing, I mean the academic staffing, the senior management. Not to say that you all aren't doing fantastic jobs. You know, I do completely and utterly value the contribution, but at the same time, if we don't make some positive, possibly to some extent, people might say it's risky. I don't personally think it's risky, but if we don't make some physical, visible changes, I don't see where we go from here, really.
I have to agree with all those as well. I mean, is it one thing that's a feasible change or not? Because a feasible change, well, I mean, if it's not, then obviously get rid of fees completely, rehash the funding system. But as Aisha said, like an institutional change needs to happen in terms of how this university is run, I think. And perhaps a feasible change would be more funding towards materials costs so that students can actually afford to study the courses that they do and aren't let down if they don't have loads of money to throw on fabrics and equipment.
And our next question, we're actually trying to take 3 in a row, so can we have 2 questions from the audience? By show of hands. Okay, yeah.
Bernie Mac here, aka Bernie Yates. It's a question for you, actually, Sam. I know you told us how fantastically your entrepreneurial skills and how you built up your business. What I'd like to know is how your journey was through your degree here in graphics communication. And as Shelley spoke about, the barriers. I didn't actually hear you talk about any barriers when you were here. Everything that you said seemed to be fairly positive. So I think it'd be interesting for us to know if there were any barriers and what they were, and perhaps if you did have any support, how the support worked. Thank you.
Okay, and another question? Just one more question. Okay.
Hi, I'm from Bradford College in West Yorkshire. I was very interested in some of the comments that came and the ways that the widening participation agenda had actually enabled Black and Asian students to come into Central and St Martin's and other institutions of this type. In our college, we have a large South Asian community. We also have a Black community. The white population is very deprived and very poor. And out of the general institutional profile is 50% Black and Asian, 50% white. However, in the School of Arts and Media, it's 25%. And I would guess the majority of those are probably female and probably come into areas like fashion and, to a certain extent, textiles. What can we do to persuade Black and Asian parents and poor white parents that arts education is a very viable means and a very important contribution to both the economy and the country, and help those students to come into arts education?
Okay, so Sam and then Aisha, I think.
Okay, to briefly address the first question, sorry, the second question, should I say? I would say raise more awareness through the organizations that deal firsthand with young people in deprived areas or young people that are not necessarily able to access the arts. So, for instance, 198, CSM have a partnership with 198, hence how I met Bernie Yates. I think if they continue to build upon that and access different organizations that work firsthand with young people, then they will be able to raise awareness and get more people into organizations like CSM, or institutions like CSM, should I say. Bernie, to be honest, there was a number of different challenges. One of them being financially, obviously the distance, having to travel from my house to CSM. But there's none that really actually stand out in my mind other than that. It was a great opportunity, it was a great experience. It enabled me to connect with various people from various backgrounds. And to be honest, I believe that's one of the reasons why it's important for us to go to art school. Not only just the education and the opportunities to build upon your skills, but to actually connect with people that you may not have met otherwise. For me, I met great friends, people that I'm still in contact with, people that I've had the opportunity of collaborating with since leaving CSM. So other than that, I can't really see there being much challenges. I did find the move and the transition from the old building in Holborn to King's Cross a bit of a difficult time because, moving, we had so much freedom in our old building, but moving to this building, we couldn't access various other places. So we couldn't go to places, different courses, for instance, without our card. We could only access the areas that related to our course. Now, I thought that was quite, a foolish decision to make because some of the prestige of being in the old building was the fact that we got to interact with people from various courses. And the fact that they had now moved to a different building and denied access to various places didn't give us that same opportunity anymore. So I guess that's a challenge in itself.
I guess I'll only answer the second question. I think that there's a few things that could help. Ultimately, there is no situation or country or institution, either here or abroad, that has solved equality issues. That we have to all be mindful of. Nobody has done that. However, there are certain things through research that is recommended to reduce the integration of different communities, to encourage worth of particular communities. Again, I can't stress enough the fact that there is so few Black academics, so few Black professors in this country as being a very poignant piece of information that has to shift. Ultimately, the shift of having more females, particularly white females, being heads of department, course directors, senior management, has shifted the way higher education is today. So again, in order for it to shift further, for equality of race, there has to be some physical changes. That's my personal opinion.
Thanks. This is partly related to the second question, that I think that my children go to a comprehensive school in West London, and things are changing at school now where they are directing children at an earlier age, 12, 13, onto BTEC courses if they feel they're not keeping up with work. And for these schools, as the situation stands at the moment, of course, they're being judged on exam passes, grades, and so on. So they would rather the kids who are having a harder time go straight through BTEC and get good BTECs rather than get bad GCSEs. So in terms, and of course, a lot of those children, the ones who maybe come from more difficult backgrounds where they're not being, things are harder for them, tougher, they're not concentrating as hard, things that with teaching they could do better at. And actually my kids' school is a brilliant school, so I'm not saying it against the teacher, I'm just saying it's easier for the structure of the school to pass them through BTECs. Going to university is obviously about grades, GCSEs, AS levels, and they are being redirected at a much earlier age. So to get a lot of those black and Asian kids, I think you need to get right in there, into the schools, the colleges, the industry needs to get into the schools a lot earlier, 11, 12, and give them a reason to head in that direction at an earlier stage. Sorry, that's just personal, it's not even a question. Personal experience.
My question is more, is it Jen? Is that right? Yeah, it's Jess. Question is more for Jess, but maybe other people can touch on it as well. You mentioned how there's a mythology of the university becoming global, techno, and neoliberalized, but really it's like the packaging has changed, but the core, you said, is just archaic. What makes this archaic? Can you try and put a pin on it? What is it that makes the system what it is today, so that we can work out how to unpick it, unravel it, and form it into something new?
So perhaps the first question, which any of you can answer, bringing institutions into schools, etc.
Would anyone like to respond to that? Yeah, just about the grading system, I think that's a fundamental flaw in the fact that we are grading children at such a young age. It feeds into this marketised education where schools are competing against each other to get a certain number of A to C grades at GCSE and A-level, and it limits the choices that young people can make. I wonder if it's something maybe Neil and Arts Emergency would consider doing, going into schools at an earlier age, not in sixth form, but yeah, talking about when children are starting secondary school.
Well, actually, yeah. On that point, every teenager we meet, so we've arbitrarily started with people that are 16 to 19. It was a good starting point because that seemed to be where the most cogent pressure was. Every single one of them, regardless of background and class, ethnicity, everything like that, they all write poetry and they all engage with culture and arts and expression, and they all articulate really well where they want to go and what they want to do. So that I think the issue is with the institutions. It's not with the people not engaging, regardless of background. I think, I went to a comprehensive school which was probably 50-50 in terms of white and Asian students, and we were all just pupils, and we all got on together, and it's almost like the institutions create these differences and create these barriers, not deliberately, but just by virtue of operating within a context which we've touched on in terms of value systems and
those school of life stories from those who have been through here, and there have been many, many students from, you know, diverse backgrounds who've survived here and done well and flourished. But how do we make those stories available to those who don't know them? I don't have the answer to that question, but I think that's one of the places we might begin.
Well, I'll just respond to that briefly. Obviously, Arts Emergency is an independent organisation, so we're not affiliated to any institution, but we have over 250 volunteers. At point of application, all those volunteers fill out a personal statement in which we ask them to explore and analyse their own path to where they got to. So I hope that once we are into the thousands of volunteers, we're going to have an Everest of testimony and different case studies which people can access openly on the internet and find positive role models, positive paths, and kind of demystify all these institutions that are, you know, foreign to a lot of us from different backgrounds. So.
As widening participation in Central St Martin's, we are doing this work. We are working with schools. My colleague Ian from the centre, UAL, is working with schools. There is this work going on in the ground. I think it just needs to be taken slightly higher so that perhaps our head of college and deans know the kind of work we're doing and can work with us, because it's a little bit isolated.
Most of the students that progress from the WP stuff that we do, the progression stuff, are BTEC students, and there's nothing wrong with those BTECs. It's more, it has to be in the knowledge and the vision of the institution here to be prepared to see those students and to see the ability of those students that might manifest itself in a slightly different way and in a slightly different language. But we take many, many students from BTECs and we work with them all the time.
Okay, so we're extremely short for time, so that will be our last question, although it was more of a statement. I'd like to throw it back to the panel and basically give them a chance to summarise exactly maybe what the audience has been saying, but also the kind of general consensus, or what the point of art school is for you, perhaps, would be a useful definition.
I've briefly touched upon what I believe the point of art school is. You know, just basically interacting with people you may not necessarily interact with, the collaborations that you can form, and yeah, just basically developing the skills that you already have. I don't believe that qualifications is a true reflection of the skills that we can gain from going to institutions like CSM, because we know that people like Neville Brody have gone on to do extremely well, despite leaving art school with not very well grades. So I believe that, you know, we should continue to build upon the relationships that we can form by going to institutions like CSM. I would like to touch upon the last question as well that was raised. Basically, sorry, I kind of lost track. What was the question again?
That was BTEC.
Okay then, yeah, I believe, yeah, just continue to build upon the relationships that we have with organizations that we work with. Like 198, I believe developing a mentorship scheme as well, where you're getting people that have gone on to do well from the arts, interacting with people that attend art school or people that attend these organizations, and just giving them an insight into what you can gain from going to art school and moving on to work and do well in your career, basically. I believe like organizations like C are, that work with CSM, that are part of CSM, are featuring case studies on their website. But I believe that, you know, we should do mentorship schemes, yeah, just get young people to go out to different organizations and just basically tell them about their experience in the arts and what they've gained from it, and then try to get more people in that way.
Cool. I think the arts give people a voice that are perhaps excluded from politics and other walks of life, and I think that means there's a special pressure on art schools to overinvest in access and participation to ensure that those voices are heard, because if you treat art, liberal arts, all those processes as processes of renewal, I think that's where change can start in the expression of issues and everyone's understanding their own context. So I think there's a special pressure on art schools to look at access because it's so important that we can all express where we are. So.
Just to respond very quickly to the question from the gentleman in the front, which kind of, I suppose, does sum up what I think about art school and its importance, and institutional elitism in general, I suppose. But basically, I think it's quite clear from a lot of the questions and from what everyone on the panel was saying that change, and by that I mean deep change, so change from the lowest level to the highest level, is an incredibly slow, an infinitely slow process, I think. And I think it can be incredibly frustrating when you're not seeing any visible changes. It doesn't always mean that they're not underway. But I think one way to make sure that these changes are, starting to, the cogs are turning and things are moving on, is to keep alive this this kind of self-reflexive environment where you're continually analysing yourself, you're analysing other departments, and I think that one thing that the whiteness studies anyway does talk about a lot is the idea that the only way really to subvert things is through exposure. And I think that remains true and should be, what we continue to look at. So forums like this are really great and really important. So I think it's been great to be able to be here and be part of it. So thanks for that.
I'm going to do my plug now. Shades of Noir, I didn't actually get to speak about it. So if you want to find out more, please go to www.shadesofnoir.org.uk or follow us on Twitter, #ShadesOfNoir. It is a program of resources, activities, all sorts of things, really, that are there to support the visibility of the minority groups that have contributed globally to the creative sector. So if you're teachers, you can use it, find resources, you can find potential lecturers, partnerships, whatever, really it's there for your resource, and that's kind of all I want to say. Plug on.
Thanks. So I just really want to bring up what Jess was saying about us being self-reflective and always exposing things. I said in my speech that this discourse needs to go outside of this room and back to your own institutions and make it global. I think just everyone get talking, get exposing how access barriers exist, where you study and where you teach. Try and bring light on them. Go and talk to each other at lunchtime, and let's keep the really important debate going about how we break down those barriers and tackle elitism in arts education. Thanks everyone for coming today and taking part in the debate.
So I hope everyone agrees that was a really crucial contribution to the day's events, and I want to thank the panel for the passion and experience that they contributed here. So welcome back, everybody, for what I'm sure will be a very lively afternoon of discussions. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce actor, comedian, and director Johnny Vegas, and writer and award-winning columnist for The Guardian, Suzanne Moore. Gove's worst fears made real.
Hi everybody, I'm really delighted that Johnny could come today. This only came about because I tweeted him and asked him to come and talk about what art school did for him. I didn't go to art school. Some of my best friends did, obviously. But he's a bit traumatized at the moment because he did ceramics and he's just met the person who didn't give him a very good grade in ceramics. Is that right, Johnny?
Yeah, I actually think I met the person. I've met my Sauron, who gave the birth to Johnny Vegas by giving us a third-class honours.
Oh.
With honours. Third class with honours, it's a pat on the head, isn't it?
Yeah, so what was
your... a pat on the head and a point to the exit.
What was your final piece?
It was abstract female forms based on the writings of Naomi Wolf. And what I did was, what I tried to do, and it had nothing to do with being overweight, there was this notion of, for me, manufactured beauty. Mm-hmm. So what I did as a ceramic student was took a manufacturing process, and it always sounds like I hate women. I have to learn to say this properly. by taking something quite manufactured looking and then bashing it about, I thought I lent it a natural beauty by dropping and curving. It was by abusing the pieces. They then took on a beauty of their own that wasn't manufactured. So it was a two fingers up to the fashion industry, basically.
Okay.
And then in my final show, the only comment I got in my comments book was, "I like your candlesticks."
But how did, because when I was reading about your childhood, before you were into ceramics, you were going to be a priest.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
That's even more disturbing, isn't it? I went to seminary when I was 11. Just when I turned 11, I went away from home for a year and a half and trained for the priesthood. It was almost the total opposite of art school, because the whole structure that I thought it was about discussing faith, about developing your faith, and possibly too young to make that decision anyway, but it was seen as a fantastic opportunity.
Were your parents pushing that?
They didn't push it. I think they were just delighted that I'd expressed an interest in doing it. And then the whole parish got behind that, which was, we're going to produce a priest. This is brilliant. This is like pre-X Factor. They're all out with banners. Go Father Vegas. And when I got there, it was about, you're not allowed to think like this. You know what I mean? Do as we do.
Yeah.
Do as we say, don't do as we do. And it was a very stifling environment, and other issues that went on that are now coming to light. It wasn't me that got the last Pope sacked, but so from that, I came back from that environment going, I've challenged this. Do you know what I mean? I've challenged this system. I've let everyone down. I am not. My idea, the idea of thinking differently.
Yeah.
To the consensus, I was left feeling it was a very bad thing and made you a very bad person. And was talked out of doing art by my parents then in my teen years.
When you were really young?
Yeah, well, when it came to options and selecting it was there was an outlet in art that I didn't have anywhere else. If it was notebooks, if it was sketchbooks, if it, you know what I mean, just drawing things. I used to draw my own porn.
Okay.
As a frustrated young man. But everybody went
in. Third if you'd done.
No, I know. Should have stuck with it. No, I didn't. But genuinely, there was this idea that I thought for a long time there was something wrong with me because I didn't think like other people around me, and that every original thought I had was at odds with the community.
But you didn't have your family, because you said your sister had gone to university. She went to art school, didn't she? So that must have been unusual, yeah?
It was massively unusual because she was the first person within my family, across cousins, across all of our family, to go to college. But to go to college and study fashion, it was an unknown quantity.
Yeah.
And she was basically a trailblazer for me, in terms of this can be a career. It's achievable. It's not. There's this argument I have all the time, and it's always, I don't want to jump the gun, but it's not a hobby. Art is not a hobby. Creativity, it's not a phase that you're going to grow out of, and that's what parents believe, and that's what, at every level they go, it's an impractical urge to have, almost like puberty. Do you know what I mean? That you will outgrow it someday, and that you'll get over it, and then you'll do something sensible, and you go, you don't outgrow it, you don't get rid of this.
But it can turn and go into kind of quite deviant ways, can't it, as well? I mean, creativity isn't just a force for good, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, and again, apart from drawing my own salacious pictures, no, it doesn't, but it wasn't for me. It was just a feeling that, why aren't I like the others? Why do I not want what other people want without knowing what I wanted and without having somebody there to guide me going, these are things that should be put down.
And so did you then do a foundation course?
I did, well, no, I did. Initially, I went to sixth form college and pretty much, I did put my foot down and say I want to do art.
Yeah.
And because my sister was already doing so well, it was a lovely turnaround from my dad, who taught me how to doing art at school.
Yeah.
And then went along to the meeting. I remember the sixth form teacher, Steve Bonatti. I've had two teachers in my life who were absolutely influential in the person I am today. And Steve Bonatti, he was an art teacher, but a ceramicist himself. He was really sceptical of the fact that I hadn't done art as an O-level. And it was almost like an awakening within my dad. And then, one, an acceptance I wasn't going to be a priest.
Yes.
And two, that I wasn't going to be...
But you went into ceramics?
Well, just to do art, but I'll never forget my dad turning around and going, he draws all the time. He's always drawing. If he's doodling, if he's scribbling, if he's... You know what, there's something here that isn't... It isn't an obsession. It isn't an obsession, you know what I mean? It's not something, it's not just a fancy. It's obviously within him. And my dad kind of, ironically, talked him round into taking me on for A-level art, so I did A-level art. And it was the first lesson that I went to where somebody said, you can work when you want. There's not a set structure, there's not a right or a wrong answer. It's about an interpretation of this. And you can come in, and as long as it's done within this timeline, then it's fine. And the minute they said that, you couldn't get me out of there. It was like a youth club, and I lived in there. Every second of every day, that was the only place I wanted to be, because nobody was standing over me.
And when did you get into clay? And what was the thing that moved you? Because ceramics is often seen, you know, as you know, it's very sort of girly and...
Girly?
Yeah. Can I just...
No, girly. No, it's not. It is. I think. How many ceramicists are in the room?
Oh, no, sorry.
Just one. That happens to be the one who graded me.
Can I just...
It's looked down on, I think, within art, by other artists. I think it's... It's not understood. Pardon? It's not understood. It's not understood, and I think people see it as sort of within the realms of a night class, but not something to be studied seriously. So even within ourselves, you are just as guilty in some respects as people outside of art school of how you judge that. And that's why potters get very mean and go to the pub at lunchtime. Because pandas get laid more than potters, I'm telling you.
Can I just...
We all went there, we'd watched Ghost. We were waiting to be straddled whilst throwing a jug, and it never happened. We just gathered round in little groups and swapped glaze recipes and felt very lonely. But Steve Bonatti was a potter, and dreadful pottery. Don't get me wrong, it was shoeboxes, you know, or building larger versions of an object, but in clay. A toothpaste tube, and the toothpaste is supporting it. And then you'd run out of patience and paint it in gouache. Because you didn't want the glaze to mess it up.
Somebody told me that, and she's married to a potter, and she told me that ceramicists live in perpetual disappointment, that the kilns always go in the middle of the night, and that clay is unforgiving. She's married to Grayson Perry, so she's not done.
so badly. But she said that lives in a state of disappointment because things don't turn out the way they ought to.
No, they shouldn't, but then that's very telling on your personality of if you are making a giant shoe and you need the colours to come out with that. You either embrace that notion that the kiln, especially if you're doing a gas firing, it won't be quite what you wanted, but will it throw up something that's joyous, or will it destroy a piece of work that, you know what I mean, something you thought you had a handle on? You never have a handle on ceramics, and clay has a memory. There's a dread for them, but you're taught this and you don't quite listen, and you've made a point, and when you're building clay, it gets to a certain point where you can move it to work and it decide on the side piece. But if you've applied any pressure, and especially if it's moved and you push it back, in the kiln, the clay goes, fuck you. Does that, and either cracks or something, or, you know what I mean? It gives way. So it's one of the most unforgiving areas within art to work in.
Do you still make pots?
I've now got my studio back.
Yeah.
I built a studio when I fixed up my house, but then brought a joiner in to do a bit of work, and the joiner moved in to the studio himself and stayed there for 3 years and did all of John Bishop's windows. Did no work for me. I had a long-running debate about getting three-phase power in for the kiln, which I ultimately lost. But I did put a line in for a gas kiln. But I had to get rid of this joiner, and it was worse than splitting up with someone.
So can you...
You're going to have to leave. You know, he's going, is it something I did? And you're going, it's actually all the work you didn't do on my house whilst using my electric. As John Bishop's career soaring. Not that I'm a bitter person, but John gets his house done. But I desperately want to get into the studio now, and I find that even at school now, and we had a little chat about this earlier, with my son, it's almost like art's treated like a free lesson.
Yeah,
and it should be at that age, to a certain respect. It's fun, it's expressing yourself, but it's a point where you're going, it's not a DOS. It's something to be valued, and it isn't valued. And even at the earliest levels now, they're almost, it sounds paranoid, but it's almost like they're training kids to think that this is just a hobby.
Well, no, I mean, I certainly was told very much that I wouldn't be doing art because I was good at science. And, you know, kind of remedial. That was.
But I ran, I'll tell you what, sorry, I used to work on summer play schemes for the council. And it was more educational, it was based in the local library. But we had, and this is what really scares me in education over art, as people say education is. We had one lad from a local private school that attended this group. And I'm guilty of it myself. Every now and then you would just give out bits of paper and pens and go, we're not doing a craft that's guided towards anything today. Draw what you want. They love it. Some are drawing take that, some, you know what I mean? The lads are drawing lads things. It goes, and this poor lad sat there and was getting more and more frustrated, and you're going, draw what you want. Draw whatever you want. Whatever you... And in the end, he broke down in tears, and his whole thing was, and I swear, this lad was sarcastic in Latin. Because I gave him a craft idea one day, and he went, oh, quam clarum. He'd only go, what? Yeah, and all the others were going, he's a weirdo, and you go, he's not a weirdo, he's got the education you'll never afford. And it turned out that if I asked him for the schematics of a tank that the kids were drawing, you'd get a perfect illustration. But to ask him to draw something just from his head, just what he wanted to draw, he had nothing there because it had been squeezed out.
But are you talking there about abstract thought? Because I was trying to think of your move from like ceramics into comedy, which is all, it's kind of, some of your comedies, I know what your reputation is obviously, but it is quite abstract in a way, isn't it?
It's incredibly upsetting. And my thing was, no matter how bitter I was when I left, genuinely, there was a lasting impression. I'm sorry. But I'm not. There is something with an art school that stays with you always. And it's to question what's there, what's been done before you, whether you want to follow in the footsteps of someone else, do you know what I mean? Or create something that unwittingly you could be recreating somebody else's work, or that there's an absolute belief in yourself that you want to be original, that you want to create something that hasn't gone before you. And when I was doing stand-up, and I came away from that very bitter and wanted to turn me back on it, and wanted, do you know what I mean? I really did think that I was going to be the next great thing, and but I fundamentally, even when I decided that maybe I want to do stand-up, I stopped watching comedy because I didn't want to inadvertently. You'll see certain acts, and without realising it, they've picked up the mannerisms of somebody else or the style of somebody else, and you go, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do this in the style of anybody else. I want to bring something new to it, and if I can't, then there's no point. I may as well sit in the audience. But I only had that attitude because I'd been to art school.
But did you, which bit of art school gave you that? Just the kind of idea that when you, as you said to the guy, the little boy, you can draw what you want. I mean, did you feel a freedom, or was it particular kind of critical stuff you were reading? I mean, what was the point at which you could let yourself go in that way?
I think from seminary, I thought I'd failed and let everybody down, and it was terrible. From art school, I felt like I'd failed, but in a way that I hadn't let myself down.
You did what you wanted to do.
Because I'd stuck to my guns on the work that I wanted to do, and I came away from that. And by the time I went into stand-up, and yes, there was a. It's very often because I'm trying to write this at the minute, and I'm not a book plugging, but there's this thing of there's a notion of there was something inside that was anti-establishment that I think since Holland was there, but I think since art school, and it was the idea of going, it killed me, the idea that I'd been rejected by art because it had been me saviour in my 20s, my absolute emotional saviour. So part of Johnny came from wanting revenge on everyone, but part of me was going, you can go out and be this person who isn't particularly funny, but it's I saw stand-ups, and when you first watch it, and a lot of them will say this, you go and watch stand-up and you go, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing, this guy. And then you watch him the second week and the third week, and it's the same stuff. And you just think it's a train of thought that's come right off the top of the head. And then you kind of get resentful that it's not that. And then you see other comics doing stuff in the same vein as them, and then you go, there's 4 topics, you know, men are different from women. Don't you get hungry when you're stoned? Cats are different from dogs. And it really angered me that actually this thing that I thought was my new art was actually, it was like moneylenders in the temple. Really was. It was like, you're all doing the same thing, and you actually just want to be famous, and you just, you know what I mean? You're chasing it.
But then you must have seen that in the art world. I mean,
oh God,
when all the young British artists came, and it did become about money. I mean, you surely had seen all that.
But then there's a very harsh realisation was that I'd gone to art school, I'd desperately wanted to be that person that would influence other people further down the line. There must be some part of the ego there that you go in, I want to be one of the best, you know what I mean? That you're not happy that you don't settle. The fact that I left college and didn't focus on ceramics and didn't starve for my art I could say it's bitterness. Maybe it's just that realisation that you're going, but you're not that good.
Mm.
And so you apply it elsewhere. With stand-up, I felt able and as good, if not better. I felt instinctively I could stand on the stage with anyone and break apart. And everything when you see an art, you know what I mean? But there are certain artists that are just masters of PR and not masters of their own heart. And you, when you see them, and you know what I mean, you want to break it down. You could argue that, well, they bring in media attention, it's good for... But it's not, because it's not always from the right place. And with stand-up, it was from the right place. And even though it was an alter ego, it was an alter ego that was fearless.
And how much...
Insane in his mind, because he didn't want to be pals with... He didn't want to be part of the art establishment or the stand-up establishment. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wanted to point out to audiences, they're taking the piss.
Yeah. And how much is that to do with class, do you think?
With class, I think from very early on at college, when I got there, there was an inverted snobbery I had to get over, which was my problem. But then once I got there, and what I'd realised, it wasn't so much in stand-up was a bit of a leveller, but certainly at art school, there was that sense of some people could afford to be there. Do you know what I mean? Some people were indulged, whereas I'd had to really fight for my place to be on the art course, and all the, you know, the day that you go to your, that would have been great if it was a gig. Have we only got 2 minutes left? No, seriously, have we? Oh God, right, we had loads to discuss. Well, with class, it was very simple. They applied for a grant for my dad when my sister went to the Royal, because they were so afraid. Here's my fear, if we have to wrap this up and sum it up, is that this is for everybody. This is for everybody. Art is ours. And we're already up against so much within the common psyche, you know what I mean, within society of this is a waste of time. And then when you get into art school, if it's only available to a certain amount of people, it's going to heighten that sense, and those people will get rid of this. They will see it as an unnecessary thing that is just belongs to the rich and the people who have a bit too much time on their hands. And it isn't. It was going to art school saved me as a young man. That sounds like a massive statement, but it's absolutely true. And what I see now, when we occupied buildings, when they introduced the student loan bus, it was fine for us because we had our grant and we could borrow this money. And nobody was looking 10 years in the future. We're going, there's no way on God's green earth I would borrow the money now and do the course that I did that changed my outlook for the rest of my life. It taught me to question politics. Everything that I see goes through a process because I was encouraged at art school to question. And now they want kids who aren't from the right backgrounds. And the ones who are from the right backgrounds, who've got the money to come to art school, don't need to question it because they've got that they've got the trust fund. I'm sorry, but they have. We need this. And I know we've only...
Johnny wants to read a quote.
I want to read a quick quote from Ragged Trousered Philanthropist. Because I know, whoever hung there, I'll see you outside. No, this is other than art school, this is a piece of literature that changed my life. What we call civilization, the accumulation of knowledge which has come down to us from our forefathers, is a fruit of thousands of years of human thought and toil. It's not the result of the labour of the ancestors of any separate class of people who exist today, and therefore it is by right the common heritage of all. Every little child that's born into the world, no matter how clever, no matter whether he is clever or dull, whether he's physically perfect or lame or blind, no matter how much he may excel or fall short of his fellows in other respects, in one thing at least he is their equal. He's one of the heirs of all the ages that have gone before. What I call poverty is when people are not able to secure... Oh, hang on, I've read the wrong bit. Brilliant. No, it's not. When I call poverty is when people are not able to secure for themselves all the benefits of civilization, the necessaries, comforts, pleasures and refinements of life. Leisure, books, theatres, pictures, music, holidays, travel, good and beautiful homes, good clothes, good and pleasant food. A government would argue that only some of them are necessary. They're all absolutely necessary. That's culture.
Yeah, that's why we got you here, Johnny. Thank you so much. Fantastic. I think it's good. I feel quite fearful. I do. Okay, because we've had quite a lot of, we've listened to a lot of people talking today, I'm just going to ask everybody just for 5 minutes and then open it up into a bigger discussion. One of the things that I'd like to focus on a little bit, because we have obviously heard a lot of criticism, is some ways forward, maybe some strategy would interest me now, but let's see what happens. So are you going first?
Why not?
Yes.
What should I say?
Do you have anything prepared, or you just?
Yeah, I have a slide.
Oh, sorry. Somebody does the slide.
It's there.
Okay. All right.
So hello. It's really nice to be in another art school. It's my first other art school here in London, so it's kind of nice to leave my own campus. We had, just 2 weeks ago, we had Gary Kennedy speaking. He was the president of the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design in Canada for a long time. And he gave a book launch and a presentation about the last art college. And what was really remarkable, when the students asked him what was so special about this art college, he said it was not about art students. And that put a slight shock, I think, into the auditorium. That was, of course, full of our students. But I think there is something very important to that. And that is, what is an art school beyond the students? What does it produce? And what kind of position does it put out into the world? And I just couldn't join this morning because I had yet another target meeting, recruitment targets, research targets, student stuff, ratio, debates. And at one point you really wonder, what are you still doing in an art school? And I think in that respect, it was really crucial to be reminded by Gary, what might an art school be beyond the students? And it's really, to me, very crucial. I worked before at MIT, which is a research university. And to me, also art schools, like research universities, always provided the opportunity that the students are very close to the laboratories, to the labs of the professors, to kind of encounter science in the making. And to me, art schools were always about art in the making, and to be with peers who might be a few years older than us, but really have already the experience beyond our generation when I was an art student. And in my school, well, the professors weren't there too much. I come from a German art school. So Sigmar Polke, one of our professors, was in constant rehab somewhere in Ceylon. Like one of my professors in stage design, he was very busy in the theater. But we all would meet under the label of these professors and what they stand for. And so it was really critical, who are your peers, and like the alliances you make in the school. For me, a good art school has a very good library that is accessible. It has a good canteen, and it has a lot of space in between. And today, like giving all of these pressures on higher education, I think we lose a lot what really stimulates not only art, but also science and that is a free space for experimentation and of thinking. And I think this is to a certain extent, specifically in the UK, where I'm fairly new, lost. And I think we really have to reclaim that space of free thinking and also this space of experimentation beyond target numbers. Also, I want to say, for example, I'm still on the board of the Bauhaus. The Bauhaus is a school that only lasted in its 3 iterations for 19 years. But the legacy it left is enormous. The Black Mountain College, or even places like the Independent Study Program in the Whitney program. So I think it does not always need this formality of the universities that we have today to really create an environment that produces interesting artists, and I mean artists of all kind of genres and innovative thinkers. And I always tell to my students, if you don't need the degree, you don't need to attend those schools and pay all of this tuition. You really can join forces together. If you're in a city like London, there are so many free lectures that you can attend and then use the money to rent a studio together and do stuff together. If you want to teach in the future, you need the degrees. Then you have to attend the school. And then it's crucial what kind of curriculum is provided and what kind of infrastructure do you have. And
okay,
then,
I'm gonna stop you there. I think this idea of a kind of organic.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to say it's really, the question is to me really, do we need this kind of art schools, and what is the alternative?
I think that's a great question. Right, I'm going to move on to Sally now.
It's not mine.
No, it's
Natasha.
Natasha, sorry. Natasha.
I'm Natasha. I've been asked to talk a little bit about myself because I'm a recent-ish University of the Arts graduate. So I graduated from Central St Martin's in product design coming up to about 10 years ago now, which has gone really quickly and really slowly at the same time. I was just thinking about what Johnny Vegas was just saying, actually, because I never meant to go to art school. I was supposed to be an academic and go to Oxford and do English and that kind of thing. So I thought I'd go to art school, do foundation, and get that art thing out of my system, which, as we all know, you can't get it out of your system. So I stayed and I did product design. And I actually really struggled on my degree. And I struggled coming out of my degree as well because I didn't really neatly fit into a bucket because I'm not bucket-shaped. And I tried. I tried very hard, but I was very lucky that on my graduation day, I won New Designer of the Year at a New Designers Exhibition. So that's changed everything for me. I was just telling someone today that on my graduation day, I thought, it's fine, I can go do something else. But because I won that award, it sort of catapulted me into the creative world. I was lucky enough to travel around the world exhibiting my work. But what I realized when I was at university was that, number one, I didn't fit into these sort of neat buckets. Number two, I didn't want to be a Mac monkey. I didn't want to be a hired gun. But I did want to be a creative thinker. That's what really made me excited. And I wanted to find something that used all of my skills, not just the ones on the piece of paper that was given to me by the university. So I moved to New York. I worked there on and off for 8 years. And because I had to specialize in something, because that's the way the world worked, I specialized in packaging design, which I found a little bit unfulfilling. But what was great was that packaging agencies that I was working at started to get innovation briefs. And innovation was something that I felt used all the parts of what I could do. So I was using my brain, I was using my creativity and my personality as well. So innovation meant I was creating stuff from scratch. So I was creating a product, I was creating the way it looked, the way it sounded, its visual language, copywriting, everything, which was really, really exciting to me. And at the time I was teaching at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, and I was teaching a packaging course, and I approached the head of the department, Viscom, and said, I want to create an innovation syllabus. And as far as I know, it was the only creative innovation syllabus in the world at the time, which they let me do. So I had students coming in doing stuff completely from scratch, completely different from what they'd been doing before. And that was brilliant. I think it was successful because it was a first class to fill every semester, which was great. And from there, I was lucky enough to meet my business partner, Ben Slater, who's the head of business development at BBH Advertising Agency in New York. And 4 years ago, we both moved back to London to start Bow and Arrow. It's a great time to start a creative agency in the middle of a recession. But we persevered, and 4 years later, we've got 40 people. We work with a load of blue chip clients, a few more on there. We work with the Guardian, actually, and the Times newspaper, and a few others. And we're about half designers, and what's really, really important to me is that my designers apply their creative thinking and process to a variety of problems and issues and opportunities for big businesses. So they're taken very seriously in big businesses. And they can do anything. They're not in buckets. They can do web, they can do apps, they can do brands, they can do services, they can do interiors. It just doesn't matter. And what I believe the future of creativity is, and I'm reticent to say art or design, is a recategorization of from subjects, so from technical specialists to creative skills. Because I really believe that the creative skills, thinking and process that we have can be transferred and applied to anything at all, and absolutely anything. And that to me will fundamentally change the way that we and people perceive our value and worth. And that's what's really, I feel really passionately about. And that whether that's the government or art schools or future employers, is if we start to recategorise that perception of our worth, that will change how society sees us, but I think even more importantly, how we see ourselves as artists and designers.
Thank you, thank you. So we could talk about some of the divisions between the fine arts, design and stuff later when we come back to discussion. Okay, and who's, I have to,
I think it's me now.
Okay.
So thinking about strategies, how to advocate the arts is really what I've been thinking about the last few years. And it comes about really from thinking about, you know, Michael Gove and his kind of real anti-culture, really, saying to children, effectively, culture is really not worth studying, making it second class. And I know lots of people have said that already. But it's an important thing to understand in the context of democracy. And one of the people I really love is the German theorist Hannah Arendt. And Hannah Arendt said that democracy was about freedom, it was about association, and it was about participation. And I think people, all of you in the room, who understand what art schools are about, understand that actually that's a key element of what art schools are about. They're about association, they're about free thinking, like Uta was saying, and they're also about participation, you know, asking people to be involved. And when you ask people to be involved, you ask them to be involved in society, you ask them to develop their voice, you ask children to sing, you ask people to, you know, like Johnny Vegas, you know, that incredible journey of his to be able to be this person that he is. And to have that power, and that art gives children power, and that access is so important. So my concerns aren't really necessarily with the nature of art schools, because I think art schools could become incredibly pointless. And they could become incredibly pointless if access isn't given to all people to get involved in higher education. They could become pointless like they were essentially in the 1920s and 30s, when we didn't have an idea that developed after the war that we would have polytechnics, and these places would become places where the access to those skills and abilities and teaching was the idea that we were going to give that to everybody. And it's a very important point to make, because culture, really great culture, is not made by single groups. It's made when you get collisions of different peoples coming together. It doesn't matter if they're different ethnicities or classes, but that relationship that we know and understand in the post-war period of, you know, kids who are dirt poor but incredibly talented, and sometimes the flaneurs who've got some money but are not that talented, when they get together, then you get incredible culture. And the evidence of that is the manufactured and art culture of the 50s, 60s and 70s in this country. art schools will become pointless if they don't push that idea about access to culture. And that's why the panel discussion that we had at the end of the morning session was so heartening, because people really care about this. And the problem, what is going to happen in this country, we have to think about what the next move is. The government now is lending all this money to you guys to study your degree courses, okay? The next stage is when they don't lend you the money because they can't afford to do it anymore. Because the government are keeping the banks afloat. The banks need to do something, so they lend the money to kids to study these arts and humanities courses. The next stage is when they say, we're only going to make the loans available to those studying science courses. And that's what we need to think. And we need to combat that and really powerfully say what we want to happen. And the way that we do that is actually not by saying the same thing, but we must actually fully articulate our own agendas in these different things. Design is different from fine art. But my dynamic is to think about artists. Artists are cats. They're very difficult to herd together. And so I've developed this thing called the Art Party Conference. And you're all invited to come to it and say exactly what you want to happen. So thinking about the agenda of the future. What is the what do we want art to do in the future? And there'll be lots of different conversations about that. But it'll also not be a conference, because we all know from our experience today that conferences are a bit grim. So it's going to be a kind of art fair. So and UAL are involved in this. The ArtQuest gang are going to bring up coaches of people. The university where I teach, which is the CAS, which is part of London Metropolitan University, we're bringing our students up. I invite you to come up, and we're going to have a fantastic fair where we show people's work. We're going to make a recreation of the Stiff Records Tour film, where we get lots of squabbling artists on buses, all arguing about what art is about. And we're going to film them, and we're going to use a film to advocate to government why art is important, and ask people what people's first experience of art was. And the problem, and one of the things is that when you charge for art education, you can charge to a certain degree and you won't stop people coming. And people do actually value things that they pay for on some level, but then you increase that, and then you stop lending people money to do it. And then you get a real problem. But that problem already exists in in postgraduate education, right? Because in the arts, there's no funding for postgraduate education. And what that does, ladies and gentlemen, it makes quite decent people do things that you wouldn't imagine, you wouldn't see them ever doing. It makes them go out, quite distinguished British artists are going out advocating their courses to people like Johnny Vegas, who doesn't really need to do a fine art course anymore. But they go out advocating their MAs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how much does a MA at Royal College cost, Uta?
I think for Homeland, as they call it, and EU students, with the bursaries, it's about 6,000.
6,000.
I think it's a bit more.
6,400 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. You can come to the CAS. I'm going to give that to you there. I'm going to make that a reality for you. That's the cheapest. We are affordable education at the CAS. We are all about widening, not for you, for him, widening participation. And just remember, widening participation is about punters.
I want Sally to participate, so there is a point at which you have to come back.
Anyway, if you want to come to the CAS, you're very, very welcome. It's the Bauhaus of the East End, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm really sorry to stop you. I just want Sally to...
No, it's good to stop you.
It's good to stop. Yes, we'll all come to your party. But...
I'll give you an MA.
Oh, free! Great. Sally.
I feel that I've been very lucky. I grew up through a period of time where I've had the opportunity to experience the transformative potential of art from a very young age, where I went to school in Leeds, and we had an artist in residence in my school, David Nash, and I think I was about 14, and he came and made a sculpture and set fire to it, and I couldn't believe we were allowed to set fire to it. I didn't understand that that was the sculptural process at the time. I just thought we'd vandalised it. And then I went to Jacob Kramer, which was the local art school, because I was identified as, with a group of other people as being someone who really wasn't ever going to be able to do anything else other than art. And I went there. And then I was able to go to art school, where I did a degree in something called Art and Social Context, actually in the southwest, in Dartington. I just went as far as away as I could see from Leeds to get out of the city. And that was an extraordinary education where I was taught by inspiring people, and we lived, I was taught in a very small group. There were only 30 people in my year. We were taught by really incredible people like Lucy Lippard, had amazing people visiting us. And it was, I think, modelled on, this image is an image from Black Mountain College, and it's Buckminster Fuller with his colleagues and students building a geodesic dome. And I think the fact that I was able to experiment, that we studied politics, we studied feminism, we studied film theory, at no point did I think about anything other than wanting to be an artist and thinking about how I wanted to change the world. And then I worked as an artist for a number of years, and then I went to the Royal College of Art, actually, to do a curatorial MA. And all of this was subsidised right the way through. At no point did I ask myself, can I afford to go to college? Because if I had, there is no way I would have done it. I was the first person in the family ever to go into higher education. My parents thought I was completely wasting my time, that I should train to be a secretary, because that's a transferable skill, and there is nothing wrong with having transferable skills. But I think the transferable skills I learnt at art school have led me now to be in a position where I'm the director of the UK's largest visual arts project based in Liverpool, and it's really also been an amazing opportunity to work outside of London, in a city that's facing massive post-industrial decline, a city that no longer makes anything. I mean, anyone who has come from or has lived in the north knows that we have to rethink and recreate those places and rethink and create our cities in the face of late capitalism. And the way we're going to do that is through artists, is through philosophers, is through thinking differently. Many people have spoken about how art school teaches you to rethink the world. I think art school teaches you to rebuild the world and to change the world. And so what the point of art school is really the same question of what's the point of art and what's the point of artists. It's absolutely crucial that we have healthy access to the arts in our culture if we want to produce thinkers and producers of ideas and not just consumers of culture. And I think that art is the place where we reimagine the world, where we test value, where we express our anxieties, our fears, our hopes, and where hopefully we can rethink the future. And in Liverpool, where I'm very privileged to be able to commission work from leading artists all over the world that animates the city, I could not do it without the art school. And the art school is the heartbeat of that city for me. And without a healthy arts infrastructure, it's not possible for us to think of that as a thinking, living city. So I don't quite know what the future holds, because I am very anxious about access to the arts. But like Uta, I believe our cultural institutions are doing amazing jobs of making it possible for people to engage with culture. I think it's important to look outside of the capital and think about what's possible. But I also think that art schools have a role in potentially also thinking about rethinking arts education in our schools. And starting at a very young age, because I know that transformative experience of meeting David Nash, and he made me watch a Tarkovsky film at 14, which, you know, I thought was incredibly boring, but I know changed my life. So,
I'm just going to quickly respond, and then I'm going to open it out and then ask you to respond too. There seems a little bit of a theme emerging here about taking stuff outside of art school, something more organic, using what's already there. As you said, do people need degrees? Certainly taking out of London. But then we look at what's happening in places like Newcastle, where, you know, it's just been decimated.
50% cuts.
50% cuts, yeah. I'm really surprised that today no one's mentioned the Olympics, because that was meant to be, wasn't it, the high point of showing that we were this fantastically creative nation, and that all happened, and that was all lovely. And then what? Then what happened? You know, I want to know what happened post-Olympics. And I'd also like people to talk a little bit more maybe about, as Sally mentioned, what's actually happening in schools, because I don't think anybody will get to do A-level art, never mind GCSE or the EBAC or whatever it is now, because, you know, my kids, you know, it's been, art is extra-curricular now, as is music. Only middle-class people can really do art and music or drama. These are things that you have private tutors for. The national curriculum, and this is not just the Tories, New Labour did it, have squeezed out art, that's it. So we are in a culture that is not valuing in any way early art education, so why will we value it later on? But at the same time, we are told that there is this sort of economic value, and as I said, everybody was sort of brought together supposedly around the Danny Boyle ceremony where we demonstrated our creativity. You may disagree, but that seemed a moment where people said, oh yeah, I get it now. I get it now. I get that we are quite good at this. But then that all sort of vaporised, didn't it? Or maybe not. I don't know.
But I think I would like to go back also to Natasha, and I would disagree with you. Like, I would not put science and art into a kind of like oppositional structure. I think this is what governments try to do, to say science is valuable, art is not valuable. But my colleagues, for example, when I was at MIT, they struggle the same in science, because what is supported is directed science. It's like science that has a goal, that has an end result, and that gets a grant. And they were often looking to us and said, like, you can still free think, you can do a free thinking, you can experiment, you might discover something that we don't, because we have to know already the result before we even start. So I would follow what Natasha says. What is this kind of thinking that is produced like through arts? And that could be philosophy, writing. Like, is this kind of not knowing where you go? You don't know the result, and you might struggle, and you might not have an answer, and you might fail. And I think this is essentially crucial to us as human beings, to fail, not to know where to go, and to see this as part of how we are, and not being always result-oriented that leads then to a consumer orientation. And I think in that way, the arts are still very much contributing in general to knowledge production, to a different way of thinking and doing things, not only in the arts.
I agree with you, but today is a day when 11-year-olds are being tested on punctuation, grammar.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
You know,
I think they need that not just to become artists. I think even if you want to be a mathematician, you need an arts and a music education in school.
I completely agree. But,
so I fully agree.
But we're just going in the opposite direction to the things that you're saying.
Well, I was just, the only thing is that it's undergraduate education. It's a technocratic point, but they did remove all the funding to arts and humanities universities. So it's just, all I'm saying is that we ought to fund all of those things, actually. I'm not saying that the arts shouldn't be funded.
Why that? Could you just explain that a bit more? You mean humanities and all the stuff that was
Well,
removed?
yeah, it's all the, philosophy courses, language courses, everything lost it. It's a very interesting point, actually, the Brown Review, you know. Lord Brown is the chairman of the Tate. I'll be sitting with him all day tomorrow on the board of the Tate.
Is he coming on this bus?
Let's see if he does. But everybody was very upset about the fees tripling. But actually, I mean, that was a terrible thing to do, absolutely terrible, ridiculous thing to do. But he privatised the arts and humanities education. People didn't have the foresight to understand what that actually was. And that's changed the nature of, you know, it was a real watershed for the government. Fantastic, we can do that. And the Brown Review wasn't brought in by the Conservative government. They just said, oh, thank you very much. That was handed over by Peter Mandelson and the Labour government. So there is an imperative on us to understand the politics of art and culture in this country and really drill down into it and tackle these people and say exactly what we want to happen, not always to oppose, but to say what the future is and what the disbenefits of doing the things that they're doing are to the country, which are fundamentally undemocratic.
But if you were in charge of the country, would you want a critical population able to deconstruct your policies?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's what the point of the ragged trousers philanthropist is, isn't it? It's art gives people power, right?
Well, I hope.
And then the other thing is, I mean, one of the other things to think about the world at the moment is that the Chinese are building art schools, the Brazilians are developing their culture, and they're saying the future is ours. And we're saying, oh, don't take away what we've got. You know, actually, what we need to say is we need to construct and picture what that future for people, democratic people in Britain is. You know, that's what we need to do.
It's also, I think, people don't make the economic arguments if those are the ones that need to be made well enough, because we're a post-industrial society. We don't make anything anymore, but we do have amazing art schools, and we do produce innovators and entrepreneurs who go through those schools and become great business people, whether or not they become great artists. Some people also become great artists and great teachers and great, you know, architects, etc., etc. And I think somehow we need to make a stronger and better argument around the economic benefits of having a creative culture to sell, because what else are we going to do? We can't be a service industry. Is that what Britain is moving towards?
But to me, as a foreigner, it's
as a foreigner, yeah.
Knowing London, I mean, to me, it was always a hub of music, of like a film, of fashion, of like, I mean, we were traveling here in the 70s, like when I was not at art school yet, because we liked the climate, the attitude, and of course, art is always also, it's to a certain extent also disobedient. But I think we need disobedient people, because they think out of the box, because they are able maybe to address certain issues that are no more functioning within what we know, because the things we know don't function anymore. So I think it's really crucial to understand. Again, I think it's a way of thinking and a way of seeing the world.
But do we have to, I mean, I was going to come back to Natasha before I open it out. Do we have to make this decision that, or division really, between, as Sally's saying, you sell it more on, yes, look, we can, you know, create growth, jobs, blah, 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 by art, or do we stick to the argument that we will just, more of a Patrick's argument, we will just have a better quality of life if more of us, you know, have a better culture, know more things. You know, well, we've got to do both, surely. We fight on every front, don't we?
I think we need to communicate better so that people understand what it is we do and what the value and worth is intrinsically in it. Because otherwise, we will be segregated as people that other people don't understand. And therefore, it will our funding will continue to get cut, and people will continue to go, well, that's not worth it, because they don't understand what it is we do. And I think it is a communications job. It's almost a PR job to be able to get people that don't do what we do to understand it, but also to value it. And I think at the moment there is no value to it. It is seen as a nice to have or an extracurricular activity rather than an essential, integral one to any kind of human development.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I'm a journalist and I don't go to art school, but I come here because my friend Lorraine works here, and I wouldn't know what goes on, and I see what goes on, and I'm amazed by it, because lots of it isn't what I even would think was art. Do you know what I mean? I'm educated every time I come here, and people are doing all sorts of things. You do need to get out and tell them.
But also, you mentioned the Olympics and Danny Boyle's Spectacular. Would a normal person, would your mum think of that as art and design? Probably not.
I don't. That's a good question.
What we see as art, and I struggle with art and design, like I said.
What word would you prefer?
Creativity is I think, more accessible
I think
and understandable.
I think the thing about the Olympics is interesting, is that the toys took it on, didn't they? And they actually did make it happen, and it was a huge success. And I thought they wouldn't be able to take it on, because I don't think Conservative politicians do bread and circus politics very well, because they're too mean to bake any bread and they don't know anybody in the circus. But
then,
the point is,
they
now,
knew you to get,
but
didn't they?
now I think they understood that it was quite a powerful thing, and it didn't win any BAFTAs the other night. I think they're trying to bury it.
Oh, that's
Like they
interesting.
buried the 1951
That's
exhibit. It was the
interesting,
Conservatives who pulled down the Skylon.
Great exhibition.
Because they don't like that kind of activity, because it's power.
But again, to me, it's interesting because, like, again, coming from the outside, in Germany, it's usually the Conservatives who supported culture, and it was labor, the equivalent of labor, who was opposing it as something that is exclusive. Collectors usually are not coming from the poorest part of society. Fashion labels are maybe not. People who have low income, they might not be the ones who can buy the brands that coming out of culture. So I come from a context where actually the Conservatives were the bigger supporters of culture. And it was a learning process for like the general society, how much they actually also gain by access to culture. So I see it a little bit coming into a reverse context. And again, I think the question, I would agree with you. I mean, I would not say it necessarily need to be called creativity, but the question is really, what does art contribute to our societies? It doesn't matter or left, right. I think it's something essential, and it makes us more critical and maybe more out-of-the-box thinkers. And I think we need to question what's going on in the world.
Definitely. I also think that we talk a lot about the government and external factors and how they perceive us, but I think there's also a point about how we perceive ourselves.
Exactly.
I felt like an imposter at art school because I wasn't an artist as such, and because I could have done other things, but I chose to do art. And I felt like maybe that wasn't everyone I met, you know, they didn't come from that kind of background. And I went into it going, right, it's fine. I'm never going to make any money. I'm not going to be, you know, what is sort of traditionally seen as successful, but I'm going to do it anyway. And there are perceptions, I think, from an internal perspective that we can break down, as well as external.
Okay. But with this enormous costs, and I want to come back to that, I mean, like, how do you feel yourself if you spend whatever amount it is on tuition, first on your bachelor, then on your master? In the meantime, you have to have a PhD if you want to go into higher education as a teacher. If you line that up, I think the pressure of like free thinking and I want to be different in the world looks very luxurious. Yes. And I think that changes ourselves, how we approach it, how our students approach it, knowing here like the loan, the debts to the bank are increasing. I mean, how much of a free thinker are you after that? You have to give back bank loans.
But there's no, I'm just going to open up now, but this is the situation we're in. That's not going to change. I mean, it's more. Well, do you think if Labour got in tomorrow that we would abolish student loans?
In Austria, and in Germany, they had to take tuition back.
And you
So-
think that could happen here?
I'm not saying it will not happen by itself, but that is clear.
Yeah.
But why can it not happen?
Okay. Yeah. Questions? To, you can direct them to individuals or to the whole panel.
Want me first?
Yeah.
Uta, I think I'd like to start with reversing your question. You asked what art can contribute to our society, but I think probably a better way, my approach would be, you know, how can we make a society where the values and standards of art are part of the everyday cultural fabric of our society? And I think that involves looking at, well, what are those values and standards of art that we should make central? And I'd like to agree halfway with Bob, who I also like Hannah Arendt a lot. And I think her ideas on participation and democracy and art and politics are really interesting. But I do think there's an elision you made that I would not agree with, and that is an elision between culture and art schools, because I think culture is broader and wider than just art schools. And the way I'd say, in the spirit of free thinking, I'd like to say I don't think that the main problem for the art or for society today is actually things like tuition fees or even political intervention per se, although those are problematic, and I'm not a supporter of them, but I don't think they're the main problem. I think the main problem is a real profound confusion as to what art actually is. You said it's not about the students, Uta, and I totally agree with that. I don't think it's about economics either, and it's not about politics. I think politicians would be very happy if we all thought that political activity consisted of making artistic products, because then we wouldn't be out doing politics, which is what really changes society. So I think that is a really fundamental question that needs to be addressed. And at the level of what's happening in schools, I mean, certainly I'm a teacher and researching education, and so what I can see is that actually a lot of art is very much just about the students. It is that very banal, diluted, romantic idea that art is all about self-expression. There is a lot of art going on in schools, not necessarily in the form of the codified curriculum, but there's, projects and outreach stuff abound galore. But they're all projects that are based on really things that are pure individuated expression with no introduction, no sense of wanting to introduce young people to the subject of art, the objective forms of art, which you have to learn and practice before, going off into your free creativity.
There was a question. Shall we take 2 or 3 questions and then come back? There's somebody down here at the front.
She's got one. Thanks. I was very interested in the word that was introduced earlier. I had an arts infrastructure. The reason I'm quite interested in hearing more about ideas, kind of overlapping what you were saying, art in a wider context. I myself, my work, I'm an alumni of London Arts and qualified secondary school English teacher, and I teach sixth form art. And as a result, I sort of see how students are fed into a system, and I'm obviously at the step where students that I teach, I'm one of the people who they talk to about if they're going to go into university to study art or not. And as a result, I see them coming in at the beginning, and they're already quite indoctrinated by the curriculum that I know very well from the years that I taught secondary school. And I find that I need to break their thinking and open their minds and see art related to not only self-expression. And then there's the second step, which is about how do I convince them to study art? And this is when they do also hear from back home similar arguments that there won't be money in it, and it's expensive. So I thought I wanted to hear a little bit more from Natasha about the kind of, I think you said you ran some kind of a course. How do you, could you tell some practical examples, for example, or kind of thought projects where you have applied or, taken this creative thinking or to?
Sure. I was really lucky enough to not be hampered by bureaucracy in the school I was working in. So I didn't have to go through lots of red tape to be able to create a syllabus or anything like that. So
where was this, Natasha?
This was at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn in New York. And I just went to the head of course and said, I'm doing innovation day by day. Would you mind if I changed the course? She said, go for it. So essentially, I made it up. I could apply lots of things to it, but I really did make it up, and it was basically what I was doing every day. So if you had a problem, the briefs were as simple as this. If you had a problem in a certain area, so for example, it could be there's a drinks market that's completely saturated. How would you create a new drink? and I would let them go ahead and explore. And I didn't put too many different structures in place. I would do it through critique. So they would come in with different ideas, and I would start to question them, because to me the value of art school was learning to ask why. That was the thing that I learned the most. So through this sort of question and answer critiquing process, their work would evolve. Sometimes it would be around subjects and trends. So for example, I'd set a project around sense of authenticity. So I'd say, right, in our world right now, I think we're all yearning for authenticity. Again, everything's so fast, everything's so transient and temporary. How can you apply creative thinking to authenticity, for example? So the projects were always really, really varied, and they were led through discussion. And they were also encouraged to critique themselves together. So at the beginning of a semester, I'd be very involved in that discussion. At the end, my goal was to sit back and not actually say anything and let them talk themselves.
It's interesting, but I think because what you're talking about is very much about the economic value of art, potentially, which is, the problem at the moment is that how can we talk about the quality of arts in schools when even the basics are under threat? But I don't think these are two separate issues.
Sure.
And that's why I was very interested in to hear what you
It was definitely a surprise to me when I went over to the States, the standard of thinking and output compared to the UK, I thought was nowhere near. I thought there was a lot better thinking and output here.
Yes, there's a couple of people at the front.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about, I suppose, a lot of the things that were talked about before lunch. There was a lot of stuff that came up about sort of elitism and this kind of neoliberalism and old boy networks and so on. And I suppose, which kind of leads me to think that a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with in these cuts has its kind of root, I think, in the legacy of Thatcherism. And I was thinking about the connections between Thatcherism and neoliberalism and so on with art production, and thinking about sort of neoliberal models for art production, so Saatchi and so on. And I suppose what I want to ask really is, do we need, as artists, do we need to accept political responsibility for our art as well as for our politics?
Yes. Yeah, of course. Sorry, that's just my view.
I would just like to go back to the first question, because that links, I think, to your question. And I think I agree we should not mix up things. I think, to me, economy, politics, art, all are part of society, and I think we are part of society. So we contribute to the society as well, and I think also art is a political language. It doesn't matter if it's music or fine arts, etc. We choose where we position ourselves. And I think I wish a little bit more politics to politicians, because it's really about, like, politics really has to do with the police, and I miss that actually in politics. And I think we are part of society, as is politics. And I think there is a big mix-up, because we all, I think we are already in a service industry. So politics, economy, creative industry should serve, but I question, whom do we serve? And I think that is, to me, the much more crucial question. I don't think there is art, that's why I said, I don't see art and science separate, but I don't also see art and society separate. And the question is much more, what is the interconnectivity between them? And this is when we come to neoliberalism. So the question is, what is the fundamental in what we do? And I think that's much more crucial. It doesn't matter on which end we are operating. And I still insist, I still think it makes a difference if you have free access to education or if you pay tuition, because this introduces a new class society.
I think there's something else that goes on in the British context, which is patrician Britain. You know, Britain is very patrician. Power is handed down. You know, it's handed down from the Queen to all the CBEs and the OBEs who sit on all the boards of all the institutions, and then they give out prizes to talented kids, you know, and then you've got a little bit of power which you can surf back up that power structure. The interesting thing about art is that it's about giving power to children, actually, on some level, and saying you individually are, and that's what democracy does as well. You give people a vote, you say you're powerful. And so it has a powerful democratic role, which is anti the patrician thing, actually, although all the prizes and things are part of the patrician thing. So it's kind of, you know, the power structures and elites and how all that works definitely need constantly questioning, I think.
I have to say that my thinking has changed a lot since I left London. So I worked in London for 15 years at the Serpentine Gallery, doing, you know, amazing exhibitions, lots of work, blah, blah, blah. Moved to Liverpool, and the experience of living in Liverpool, where actually the biennial, which has now been going for 14 years, 15 actually, and was formed by my predecessor, Lewis Biggs, has really played a role in people's everyday lives. Like, they have to trip over art on the way to Primark. They have had it in their schools. And during the biennial, we have something like 692,000 visitors to the city. So it does change things. And actually, really weirdly, have 120 volunteers and young people working with the biennial, many of whom have had that experience over many years of normalizing the experience of engaging with art, and now come to work with us. And it is like an art school in the city. And I think the role that the art school plays, and I think there's a confusion here that we mustn't lose, the role that the art school plays is like it's the research centre where people can take risks, and it shouldn't be instrumentalised, and it should be a place where something can happen that then feeds what we're then able to do in the city, what we're able to do in relation to design, what we're able to do in relation to rethinking and remaking the rest of the world. And I really have to say, because London's really confusing to live in, I think. It's too busy, there's too much going on. And you've got a whole diversity of economies here. I think when you go to a city that's struggling economically and trying to understand how to redefine itself and understanding the importance of investing in art, you really start to see what art can do in the world. And I do think we should be more confident, actually, as cultural practitioners and whatever it is, artists, curators, makers, thinkers, about what it is we bring to the world, and not always be marginalised to be seen as edutainment or spectacular kind of entertainment. Actually, it is research in the same way that science is research, and it is a way forward. It's not the only way forward, but it's part of the way forward. So I think I feel very confident, particularly in Liverpool, which is the only place I can talk about with some real confidence now, about how important that art school is to that city, and how I think, you know, I think it's actually getting stronger at the moment, despite the fees and all the rest of it. People are seeing a way forward through it. So I think.
Do you think, Sally, does it matter whether people, and I'd ask this of everybody really, does it matter that arts, from the outside, and I'm coming again from the outside, art schools don't seem to me to be very politicised places. The occupations that I went down to a couple of years ago, they weren't in art schools. I mean, Sussex has just had one. I was down at UCL a couple of years ago. Art schools do not seem to be full of radical people.
Depends who's teaching in the art schools, doesn't it?
I don't know, I'm just saying. I mean,
some of them are more political.
The Slade they were quite political.
I don't know, what's St Martin's like?
Whatever you make of it. There's thousands of us.
Yeah, so is it, would you describe it? Is there a lot of collaboration between students on political issues? I mean, I'm just
big
asking.
sittings at the CAS.
If you're interested in, then yeah, and if not, then no.
Okay.
But the question is also, I mean, if you pay, and I experienced that in the US, if you pay such high tuition fees, and like it really makes a difference, like if you can spend 1 year of your education being engaged politically, I still think one should do it, because it's beyond our own lives, it's why we do what we do, but it makes a difference to the students. And this is why I said, like, if you have And I really wonder why people think things cannot be changed to a different model. If we don't think we can change something, why are we even in culture? So I really believe, I mean, I don't want to sound naive or like saying we start a revolution, but I think we should really question the impact this has on us. I mean, if you leave a school with so much debt, it has an impact. I mean, you question twice, don't I need a job now? Or like, can I spend the time like demonstrating? It has an impact on us.
But don't you think, I mean, I think one of the dynamics of art schools, which has been both enlivening, because economically it's been interesting, people have made a lot of money in contemporary art, but one of the downsides of that is that all those people are quite sort of apolitical, and in contemporary art people are quite kind of quiet about politics, except, and institutions like the art school, Arts Council and stuff, they're so close to government that they feel that they, and lots of the galleries and, you know, organisations of liberal-minded people are actually so close to government they feel they can't kind of rock the boat. And actually art is about rocking the boat, right? And one of the interesting things I've thought recently, which is a bit crass, which was Anish Kapoor recreating the Gangnam-style dance in his studio. And one of the funny things about that was the people who were involved in that were Amnesty International and Index on Censorship. And they brought into play, with Ai Weiwei actually, the idea that art is about freedom of expression. So I would depart from the lady in that row there, talking about the notion of freedom of expression being somehow a bit romantic. Actually, it is really important. I mean, I know you probably don't mean exactly that, but, and you're saying we need to learn the tools of our trade sort of thing, but actually that is a really important, powerful tool for artists to use, because around the world, artists and writers and journalists are being crushed, and it's only Index on Censorship and Amnesty in this country which are highlighting that actually. And so it's just an interesting dynamic. So there's the economic angle, there's the educative angle, but there's also the freedom of expression angle.
And freedom of movement is that because artists aren't being allowed due to immigration laws as well.
Into this country, yeah, it's crazy. You can't do shows with artists.
You have to leave 2 weeks after your graduation now. I mean, like, people come here and would like to have professional experience, and they study here, and now they have to leave literally 2 weeks after graduation.
It's terrible. We do get professional experience here sometimes. I mean, we get all kinds of things here, depending on how you use your course or what you do. Like, it's so varied that the idea of hearing that it should be political, or it should just be for beauty, or it should be this, or it's professional, there's so many things that it is. Kind of hard to make all these blanket statements and to make any of them be true, because it's all of those things. Oh, sorry. Hello.
They couldn't hear you at the back.
It's everything. It's a huge school, and it's not just this one. All of the different art schools. There's the design courses and the art courses, and whether you think it's important to differentiate between the two, making all these huge statements about what art school is and isn't is almost, I don't know, almost pointless, because we all do use it differently, and it's so self-directed for most of us as well that, like, you know, for someone like me, it's working, like, I'm doing an MA now, I've already done a BA, and my career is working out fine. Maybe that's just me, I don't know whether that's the school or whether that's me, but it almost just makes the whole thing slightly, on that level, irrelevant. But on the other hand, there's a lot of,
But what made you interested of coming here today?
Because I'm in class right now, so I thought I might as well come down and see.
No, I just would be interested.
No, I'm interested to hear about it. I didn't know how it was going to go. I'm most interested in hearing sort of what Natasha was talking about the difference, because I'm American, obviously, the difference between the American system and the British system, because I started my undergraduate in San Francisco and then moved here. But I'm originally from the American Midwest and from, like, a really poor place. But obviously all the schools there, all the universities, you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars to go there. So when you say there's more creative freedom there, or however you want to call it, or maybe not creative freedom, sorry, that was the wrong word, but I don't know, more openness, or What was the word that you
There was more
used?
openness in the system from a teaching perspective. So I didn't have to go through, have you done this, have you done that? I started teaching when I was 24.
Yeah.
There's no way I would have been able to do that here. I didn't have an MA, all of that. I wouldn't have been able to do it because of red tape here.
Yeah.
But I didn't find the same freedom when it came to the students and the work they were producing.
Yeah, and I would agree, because I think the arts is just generally not as encouraged there for whatever reason.
However, I was at a school where people were paying $100,000, which just sounds absolutely insane to me. And this formed the context of my opinion as well, actually. A year. I could not believe that they were spending that much money and not working as hard as I thought they could be working. If I had begged, borrowed, stolen that kind of money, I would be putting everything into it.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. There was definitely a bit of apathy, and I can theorise about, well, you know, someone else was paying for it.
Is it finishing at that level? Is it finishing school?
You know, it definitely didn't feel like that. It definitely didn't feel like that. And not only that, I went there, and because I also did a student exchange from St Martin's to that college. So I studied there and I taught there. And I remember going there and I had to pay for my own materials. And I didn't have any money. I couldn't afford to pay for the materials. And I remember going, you've got to be kidding me. How are these people spending $100,000 and then paying for all this stuff? But actually, I think it created a bit of laziness.
Yeah, and it's interesting coming here, too, to hear all of the sort of everything about the tuition fees, because even me, as an international student, I'm still paying less than I would be paying as a home student in the US. And so it's all interesting in that relative way.
But because that's normal for you, you treat it differently. Whereas if I were going into higher education now, I don't know I would go into art school at £9,000 a year.
We already know that less people are applying. Johnny, did you want a question there? Have your hand?
I had a question here, if it's possible. I'm an international student, and I'm really humbled to be here in a space where we discuss the importance and preciousness of creativity. Because, for example, in my country, the word artist mainly means you're an Oriental dancer, and that's it.
Where are you from? Sorry, I can't see.
I'm from Lebanon.
Okay. Sorry, it's just dark and I can't see.
There's a new art school in Lebanon.
And from what I've learned today and my experience so far in Centre St. Martin's is that the art school is mainly a Victorian invention, and this is something that the speaker said earlier. And I feel that the discourse today is mainly based on how we can save this Victorian invention in a world that has changed. And it's very painful for me to come here with such high expectations and see how, because the world has changed, the economic things have really crippled such an important institution. And I really would like to invite ideas from you about how the art school can reinvent itself, redesign itself as a place for people who also appreciate the importance for creativity all around the world, not just the UK. Of course, the UK's decision for home students is really important, but because of the position of art schools like Centre St. Martin's, it's a home not just for UK students, but for students from all over the world, like me.
But I think universities have these places where people from different cultures, different geographies, different conditions of societies meet and can exchange those. I mean, like, as we just exchanged with her, like, it's different in the US, you say in Lebanon it's different. I think these are moments where you really have this potential of exchanging different models of society, and I think this is really important to us to understand the world, that there are differences in cultures, in conditions of living, in freedoms. And I think it's important we learn and know about that. This is why I said in my school, what was really important to me was meeting my peers. The teachers were important, they were kind of the umbrella, but it was important with whom did I study. And I'm still in touch with them 30 years later. Not with everybody, but with many of them. And they made a difference into my life. And I think this kind of exchange to me is important. And the question is, who has access to that?
Political, but the reality is that in prison and in the mental health system, art and design and artists and designers have a massive role in changing and enhancing people's lives. The problem with the question, what is art school, is that it focuses a debate about the art school, which is not the debate about the future that needs to be broader. Many of our students engage in a passionate and fantastic way with social change. And it seems to me that this discussion has become, rather insular. And it's not a criticism, but I do feel that the breadth of what we do probably can't be answered in one simple way, and that we accept that. And I've enjoyed everybody's account. I do agree that we have to learn how to communicate the impact of art and design. And actually, I think that the way we think actually will and can change the world. But we need to become clearer about how we explain what we bloody will do here. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say as well, thank you. One of our student ambassadors from Widening Participation. I've noticed there's quite a few here. We actually employ about 40 or 50 students who work for us in Widening Participation. We go into prisons, we go to youth centres, we go to a variety of different cultural organisations. The students lead on delivering a variety of different art and design programmes. And the great wealth there is that we work with our international students. We don't just take on student ambassadors who are from a WP background, but we work with globalisation. So we make sure that we take students, our international students, out onto the street, working in our youth centres, working in our cultural organisations, youth offenders, young youth offenders, and they help. I've seen Charlie here, Sharif here, there's quite a few students. I don't see any others, and Sam. And thanks for all that great work you do. But we are doing it. I just don't see why it's not getting out there enough. But the students are really impacting. And of course it's done politically without shouting it out, because they're on the ground and they're working with our young people, which is fantastic.
It's not getting somewhere. I'm really sorry to put in. It's not getting somewhere because we're intrinsically taught, and it's supported by government, that this is a waste of time, that it's a luxury item if it's in prisons, if it's in schools, wherever it is. People are indoctrinated into the idea that it's an elitist thing, that a few of us have, and that it's a waste of time, and almost like, let him have his balloon.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? That we're going to get over it. That's a problem. That's what we're always going to be up against. And what I was going to ask earlier, I was fascinated what he said about how many people would associate creativity with the Olympics. We had the world watching us, and we didn't do anything. We allowed the government to wheel us out, put us on show, and then when the cameras are no longer on us, they take the fucking money off us. When they try and finish us off, do you know what I mean? They do nothing to support us, but they want to show us off when it suits them. And I think we have to get politicised as artists. We have to, for the survival of art.
Hi. I think one of the dangers we have here as well is with the new curriculum, which already schools are beginning to take on, they're reducing the choices for young people at 14 now to often two practical subject areas in the GCSE curriculum. Malcolm Quinn talked this morning about almost every major conglomeration having an art school. So a large town or a city would have an art school. And talking about the importance of this in the north that Sally's just, very well articulated. I think one of the dangers we've got is that 5 years down the line, we may not have that many art schools in the country.
Or galleries.
I think certainly the Royal College, certainly Central St Martin's will continue to survive, but in the northern regions and in other regions, they will probably start to reduce in number.
Okay, can I just take, because I think we've got to I'm going to take two more questions, that guy there and that lady up there at the back. Because they've both had their hands up for ages, and then I think we probably are going to run out of time. So
sure, I'll try and keep it really brief then. My question was really we were talking about advertising ourselves better or selling ourselves better to the political classes, but are we selling ourselves short by trying to appeal to the chamocracy, as someone put it earlier, the people who clearly don't give a damn about the polis or the people and the development of the human self? And in fact, we're selling our we're selling ourselves short by giving an economic argument, because we're saying, hey, we'll make you money, we'll make your banks more money, we'll make our economy more money. And shouldn't we just say, actually, you know, should we still be voting? Because does it even matter who we vote for if they're all going to trash our education and our arts? Should we instead be trying to do things our own way and, you know, setting up our own schools and teaching our kids the way we want to teach them instead?
You can, if you want. But one more question. Sorry, right at the back.
I just wanted to ask a question to Natasha before the question's taken up at the top.
Yeah.
Just wanted to ask, how did CSM prepare you for the world of work? You know, one of the things that I find, you know, being someone who's set up a company, is that it didn't prepare me for dealing with clients. It didn't prepare me for the fundamentals of working the way that we work. So I just wanted to know, how did CSM prepare you, and what skills did they instill in you that you're still kind of using to this very day?
It didn't, but it did give me confidence. The one thing it did was we'd have critiques of 80 to 100 people in a room. So when I went out off on my own and I was in front of someone trying to show them my work and talk about it, I could do that. But in terms of practical skills, pragmatic skills, no, I was just telling someone today, I remember not knowing how to do an invoice and my client laughing at me because I just didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do at all. So no, it didn't prepare me for what happened after I stepped through the doors.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that art and music must not be lost to the national curriculum if we want other professions to excel. I query Natasha. It's a question of semantics. It's across art, design, science, or whatever. Art schools are greedy. Nothing is out of bounds. And you can also have disciplines that merge within it, and then they turn into their own particular specialities. So many medics and scientists excel in art at school, and then they have this big problem. What do? They want to become a doctor, but actually they're very good at art. And I don't believe that's a coincidence. And a lot of collectors that I've met actually are in the medical profession or scientists or whatever, because there's still the appreciation of art. I teach where students come from a first degree across disciplines. So they're from astrophysics, engineering, medics, economics, and then they go through into sculpture and art. And they're there because they want to expand innovation through experiment. And with that, they've chosen an art school as opposed to a specialist field when taking this higher course of education. And at Central St Martin's, I mentor an MAD student at the moment, and he's combining art, design, digital and social responsibility. And it's a wonderful success. It's musical instruments for old people. But are they that, or are they abstract artifacts? It depends where I see them. If I see them in a care home, they're really sensible pieces of pleasure that brings a group together. I see them in a gallery, and they're interesting pieces of art. So I would like to look at the idea of it having to respect that all this is evolved through an art school that allows for experimentation, innovative thinking, philosophy, cultural exchange, turning stuff on its head and being out in the world. And all this is encouraged. And going back to the Olympics, the idea of, well, where does Heatherwick sit? Is he installation art, architecture, design? All of that is taught in an art school.
I think we have to wind up now, so thanks for everything. And we haven't answered any of the questions.
When people said we answered too simple, I said we didn't even answer.
But we tried.
Well, you need to answer it. You're running one. I don't need to. That's really bad.
It's not that. It's impossible questions.
Well, the art school is reinventing itself where it's going to go under its simple.
But maybe not everywhere. It needs. It is one of the most depressing panel discussions I have been in the last years.
Yeah.
I'm really shocked
By them.
here. Yeah.
My name's Jeremy Till. I'm head of Central St Martin's and was the initiator of this set of events. First of all, I just want to thank all our speakers. I think it's been an amazing day and incredibly generous and open. And I think that the fact it's been captured, there are little bits which I want to get out again and repeat, those that have been missed. I particularly want to thank Lee Widows and Peter Cleek, who I can't see, who have been the orchestrators and brought this extraordinary bunch of people together, and to Alison for hosting it today. When I first thought about this set of events, I wanted to get a multiple set of voices, because there's no single answer to this question. That's absolutely apparent. And I think that today has been a fantastic multiplicity of voices from all ends of the spectrum. And I've now got the task of trying not to summarize it, because I think that would be an impossible task, but I suppose to justify why I set the question in the first place and possibly to reach some provisional answers. The reason I set the question was purely political. Political in three senses of the word. Political with a capital P, political in the feminist sense of the personal as political, and political in the original sense of the term as polis, as city, as collective, and as ethic. So if I take those three in order, I'll start with political with a capital P. I'm slightly nervous of doing this because I think Shelley's incredibly acute and articulate account of the situation is more meaningful than a old Etonian, Cambridge-educated, white male, hierarchical person could ever possibly be. But I will try anyway. When I took over this extraordinary job in this extraordinary place, in this extraordinary institution, I took it over at a time when it might be seen that this government was doing everything possible to take away those extraordinary virtues. The imposition of the £9,000 fee on the basis of a bunch of neoliberal cant, which was talking about we can't afford it, even though it's costing more, which was talking about everyone should pay the same, etc., etc. That, as has already been talked about, has had a profound effect on the perception of art schools. And I think that that debate needs to be stated again and again and again. At the time, we had a Secretary of State for Arts, who is better known for a slip of rhyming slang rather than for what he did for the arts, and now has been dispatched the more important task of shutting down the NHS. And then, at the same time, we have austerity measures, which it doesn't take a great economic genius to read, are more to do with the imposition of an ideological program rather than an actual economic rationale. And as we heard this morning, those austerity measures are already having profound effects on the access to education and potentially even more on access to art school. So that's when I took over the job. And since then, it's become like if you'd written the script, you couldn't have invented some of the things that have come out. You could not have invented the statement on the national curriculum for art and design. Well, you could have if you were in the 1850s. Let me just remind you once again how it reads. Art and design education should instill in pupils an appreciation of beauty, an awareness of how creativity depends on technical mastery. It is pathetic, but actually it's also very dangerously pathetic because of the reductive nature of what art and design is described as there. And in that very reductive nature, it becomes so easy as many people have said today, to marginalise it. And I'm very glad that this university took a leading role through Ian's work in making a very articulate and profound response to that. Then we have Maria Miller. We've talked about her today as well. And it is again worth repeating that as soon as you use the word commodity, then we are in a state of severe challenge. That because the only thing that you can do with commodities is buy and sell them and exchange them, art then gets reduced to simply part of the market mechanism. And so, the very first answer to the question, what's the point of art school, is that we collectively have to stand up very politically to this government and successive governments to articulate exactly what the point is, and also, as Shelley did very, very clearly, to take a very political stance about what these policies are doing. And if you think that it is wrong for a pro-vice-chancellor, of all people, to take such a political stance, we need to do it because of the acquiescence of the university sector when these new policies were coming in. Not just the acquiescence, but in some places, the complicit nature of the Russell Group, who saw more money coming down the line through the £9,000 fee. And the other thing that we need to do, as Shelley mentioned this morning, is stand together on this. Because there's a kind of divide and rule thing, where the students are described disgracefully as consumers, and in that consumption of their education, all they can do is complain, because that's all consumers can do. And in that, you set the students against the universities. So I think that we need very clearly and very boldly to work together in stating to this government and successive governments exactly what the point of art schools are. And to do that in a political way which takes on the values which they are propounding, which are a threat to the very core of the other values which have been talked about so movingly today about what art school can offer. So that's my first political, with a big P. My second political is the political as the personal. And again, we've had a lot of that today, and I take very seriously the personal effect of art school on individual empowerment. And we've heard stories very movingly from Johnny Vegas and from some of the sessions that we had earlier in the other talks 2 weeks ago, in which successively people were recounting the importance of art school to their own experience and their own empowerment. And I count myself as one of those who went through a completely miserablist education at Cambridge in a pseudo-scientific paradigm, and then moved to the Polytechnic of Central London, which was a poor man's AA, which was in turn a kind of most radical architecture school in the world at the time, and discovered myself. So I feel part of that process of individual empowerment, and we lose that at our peril. There is, however, a strange byproduct of the new commercialized world of education. 3 years ago, one of those people who has common sense, i.e. that those kind of awful people in pubs who have common sense, who know how things work, now called UKIP, would have walked past, let's say, the window at the end of Central St. Martin's and seen a spaceman hanging. And they'd said, oh, bloody art students, yeah, all on drugs, that's the only way they can do that kind of work. Do you know what? We're paying for them. And they shouldn't be doing that. Now, that can be abolished because the students are paying for themselves and can do exactly what they want to do. And there is a sort of strange flip side to the consumer society which the 9K fee does, which it might introduce a set of neo-libertarian values in which choice and freedom of the individual student becomes paramount. And the danger of that is what then that empowerment does at a wider level, at a wider societal level. So although I am proud of the history of this institution in terms of its alumni, I'm worried about just talking about it in terms of its alumni, because that perpetuates a myth of individual empowerment and individual genius. And I think that brings me to the third point, which is that art schools have to be much more than just the sum of individual agencies, however important they may be to the individual. And so the politics of the polis is potentially what the real point of the art school is. In Aristotle's terms, something to do with a moral collective, and maybe in contemporary terms, something to do with contested ethics. And so my call would be that art schools should open up from the very internalized and minor preoccupations, which in their very internalization seem incredibly important, and open up to major preoccupations, societal occupations, and expand outwards. And the argument for that is, if there's ever a time that we need art schools and the thinking of art schools, it's now. I was on my Twitter feed, which is now my sole form of external life, something captured my imagination, which was a statement by Nicholas Negroponte, who was the founder of MIT Media Lab. Just a little tweet, that's why I love Twitter, which said, "Art schools are where all the action is. Business schools are done." And I thought that was really interesting. Not just because we know that business schools are done, because the evidence is so apparent that business schools are done. It's called 2008, and their reaction to it, which was simply a retrenchment of exactly what they'd been doing before. Not just because we know that business schools are done, because their pedagogy is so catastrophically limited and myopic down to the regurgitation of a set of spectacular case studies which students can learn from, and if you learn from that, you can become the next case study. And not just because business schools are done, because their value system is limited simply to the value system of the market. But the business school as a symptom of a wider malaise. And the wider malaise is the clinging to a certain set of paradigms and values. And my argument would be that in a time of environmental apocalypse, and I use that word without trying to be extravagant, and a time of the crisis of capitalism, the paradigms and values of the business school and of the wider set of Enlightenment values which appear to dominate society have been found spectacularly wanting. All we're offered, on the one hand, are technocratic solutions, and on the other hand, the appeal to a set of neoliberal values to do with progress and growth. We only suffer austerity on the promise of future growth. And so these things are accepted as a form of natural order, as if there is no alternative. And that's why the crisis perpetuates right in front of our eyes. I think very strongly that art and design does offer a real alternative to those paradigms. And it is for this reason, and I think this is where it's important, that I think that we have to be much more articulate, as someone has already said, about what we do. There was a session on What's the Point of Art School on art and science in which we were rather patronizingly told that artists are good at communicating scientific ideas. There was a session which Rebecca Wright students at King's College went with her MA Communication Design students to work with researchers. And again, I kind of got a sense that they felt that they were doing us a favor. We were doing them a favor because those students were able to think through research projects in a completely different manner than the paradigms which had been constrictedly put onto the research students they're working with. And I think, therefore, we need to be much clearer about the art school as a productive and constructive mode of research and action. But that only works if we turn that thinking and making, research and acting, whatever you want to call it, outwards, away from the refinement of the object, and outwards to the constitution and the consequences of the object, and the way that that object or our processes engage with the social and political life world. I'd argue that art and design schools have been challenging those Enlightenment paradigms of truth and progress and growth, which are then associated with the paradigms of neoclassical economics for quite a long time already. And what we need to do is to articulate them in a much clearer manner. So if I think about the idea of the critical reflexivity of design over the rote reproducibility of science, what we do as designers is we critically reflect on conditions. If we think about the way that creative curiosity is always intellectually restless, it's always lateral against the linearity of rationality. If we think about the way that the processes within art and design education are naturally iterative and thus dynamic, rather than endlessly circling towards a static end. If we think about the way that we all as designers engage with contingency and work with it enjoyably, rather than seeing it as a hindrance to objectivity. If we think about, as Johnny Vegas said, there's not a right or wrong, which is against the idea of searching for a truth. If we think about the way that design, as someone else said earlier today, is always looking for possibilities of the future, rather than, in the Enlightenment paradigm, the refinement of the status quo. Reflexive, restless, contextual, I didn't do contextual, about how our work is always contextual, dealing with the here and now, rather than with the abstract. So if I take those words in order, reflexive, restless, contextual, dynamic, contingent, possible, maybe these are better terms to describe the state of what Zygmunt Bauman calls liquid modernity that we all live in, And maybe if there are better terms to describe the condition that we live in, maybe there are better terms to understand how we might deal with that condition, as opposed to the words of reproduction, linearity, abstraction, stasis, objectivity, and refinement, on which the paradigm of the Enlightenment still dominates and is still with us. And so, although it may be easy to, I always work in a sort of dialectic manner like that, there's this and there's that. What I was really pleased about was that Amanda Bright did a session with Central St. Martin's students and staff and said, what issues should we be dealing with? And the issues that emerged were exactly in line with these modes of thinking. They were issues of disruptive technologies, of the democratization of innovation, of no more stuff, the ethics of design, and of always thinking beyond one's own discipline, which is different from all the other stuff of multidisciplinary stuff, which I think is just guilt. So my point is, there's both a will and the means for a place like Central St. Martin's and a university like the University of Arts to expand its horizons, to use what it already is doing, but to use it in a much more expansive, productive, and positive manner in terms of the public good. And not to see us as mere visualizers, or as wacky creators, or as individual mavericks, but working towards the common good. But to do that, I think that we need to be more confident, articulate, and political about what we can offer. And I think that today has begun to do exactly that. Thank you. Right, that is the end of the day. Not quite, though. There are a number of things going on. The first is that Anna Hart is available just as you come out to take people on silent walks, which go on for 40 minutes, and they take you around the building and the environment, and they are silent and they reflect on some of the things that we've been talking about today. So Anna is outside. Secondly, we would like to gather together, those of you who are not on the silent walk, in a photo outside in solidarity with the occupation at Cooper Union. And then after that, there are drinks. Thank you.